we bought a fruit of some kind. We got a little bit of gold. We got some stamina. Some stamina. Never enough stamina, it turns out. Um, and we're about to go into the Backlands. Definitely not the Badlands. They are the Backlands of Kakabad. Or something. I don't... they've chosen some very interesting names for this area. But yeah, I guess let's move on and see what happens. Continue adventure. Night falls on this, the 8th day of your journey from Analand. To the east, mighty mountains claw at the stars. You stand on the edge of Badibak, a wild and evil place. Beyond lies Mompang Fortress, the Archmage, and the Crown of Kings. All the things I've been looking for. Pretty sure I've been looking for all of those things. Leaving the hills, you journeyed into Kare and saved it from destruction by goblins. Yeah, I did it! I'm a hero! You overcame the deadly portal traps of the city, ancient cruel magic designed to trap the unwary. And you met a mysterious astrologer who told your fortune in cryptic riddles. Did I? That's cool. The Backlands are different. I guess they are. Okay, well, if you say so. But the plains of Badibak will be different. Once, long ago, this land thrived, prospering in the warm shadow of the Fortress of Sorcerers, high in the Zanzunu Peaks. They're suddenly very loud with this thematic music. Then something changed. They say the last refugee to reach Kare declared only, "They are all gone." The North Gate was sealed and the Backlands left to die. Now the gates stand open. Oh yeah, we got raided by goblins too, huh? That didn't work out very well for the goblins, huh? They say the land beyond the gates is cursed. No one from the young country of Analand has ever crossed this wilderness before. You will be the first. The old world is counting on you. Okay. Well, I like to think I'm reliable enough to accomplish whatever goals are necessary in this extremely worrisome area. Oh yeah, we got these weird topographical maps in these areas too. This place is... The map for this game is so interesting. Alright, so let us refamiliarize ourselves with all of the information we have available. We know about silver weapons, and we heard the riddle of the sleepless ram. That's not a lot of clues. We got a serpent ring. We got some number of magical items. This is some cool items, actually. Keys. Why is this game so loud? Hang on. This has to be fixed. That's better. Alright. Now I can hear myself think. And we got one meal. Okay, good. Love to have meals available. Oh yeah, and this, we have a recipe for soup. So what's up with this map? The Klata Baratu Steppes. Probably. What the hell is that? What? What is going on? There's like shiny bubbles of stuff? Oh, that's very interesting. That doesn't feel like anything normal. Oh, it even changes the area. Like, you can see grass and water in there when it goes over there. There's, like, trees here. Are these, like, time bubbles? Ooh, it really changes the area. It even changes the names. What is going on? Oh, this is fascinating. Something extremely weird is happening here. Star Trek prepared us for this. I guess so. Oh, yeah, the name up here changes too. It goes from Kakabad to Iskara. Temporal Anomalies. God, where's Jordy when you need him? Okay, well, extremely weird things happening here. I guess let's get ready for extremely weird things. Ready my sword! I don't know that I'm ready to ready my sword. The stones of the old road disappear under a layer of dust and sand. At your back looms the great wall of the city port of Kare. Ahead, there is nothing but an empty waste and the night. And temporal anomalies! I've already seen them on the map. You cast a last glance at the city port. It is quiet, but for the sound of baying wolves. Armored wolves? All trace of the goblins have gone. You turn your gaze from Kare to the stars, wondering what fresh secrets they may hold this far from the walls of Analand. What secrets indeed? Every step along the broken road takes you further from safety and into the unknown. Something, the gorilla perhaps, sets your senses tingling. You're not alone out here. Is that the screech of a bird you hear? Or a distant scream? Something is suspicious. Let's see if we can suss out any answers. You cast the spell, weaving the starlight into shape until a voice enters your mind and begins to speak. Its warning is clear and loud. You are being stalked. You are being hunted. Hide? Let's try hiding. You look for somewhere to hide, but the empty plains provide no cover. A moment later, a ferocious nighthawk has plunged from the sky. Talons outstretched for your neck. Alright, well, we're immediately into combat. You draw your sword as quickly as you can, slashing at the creature. Feathers drop as you catch it a passing blow. The bird wheels up into the sky to rejoin its group. You count 4 birds circling, ready to attack. Run? From birds? Where am I gonna run to? This is a featureless empty plain. There's no cover to be seen anywhere. I'll yell at him. That always works. Old man yells at Cloud. Try to take me, you cry at the circling nighthawks. I've killed a manticore! The birds wheel and scream, but they do not understand your words. I guess I could, like, zap them or something? Maybe I can cast a spell that's cheap. Zap is expensive. I do not want to cast any expensive spells. I see the stars have changed. We are no longer seeing sus. I could cast Wall. I could cast, what, Fog? Okay. I could cast Mud. That's not useful at all. I could cast Mag. Also not useful, unless they're going to cast spells at me, which I don't think they are. I could pop them. Can I pop them? I could pop them. I don't have that many pebbles left, though. And I can... Ooh, I could take them over. I could control them in some way. The problem is all of those spells are expensive in terms of stamina. So if I feel like I can get out of the fight with less than 3 stamina lost, I should definitely just fight instead of casting a spell. Whoa. They're dangerous. We're even here. You set your stance and ready your blade. A moment later, the Nighthawk is swooped once more. Let's defend first. Okay, small attacks. The Nighthawk... Yeah, I know. Thank you. The Nighthawk swoops in low. This is not my first rodeo, buddy. The Nighthawk swoops in low, talons outstretched. You drop into a defensive crouch, covering your head. The Nighthawk falls low, but rather than attacking, it swerves at the last moment, merely scraping at your defenses. You escape mostly unscathed. The Nighthawk opens its beak to scream and circles through the air overhead. For just a moment, you lose track of it against the stars. Defend? Small attack. Okay. You stay low. The Nighthawk tries to slice you with its wings, but you duck. You breathe a sigh of relief. It clicks together long talons while returning in the air once more. It is still determined to fight. Clicking talons. Small attack? A lot of things have been small attack so far. You wait for the Nighthawk's wide wings to open, and then you strike. You cut a side blow. It swoops for you, then tries to turn and retreat, but is too slow. Your blade cuts a ragged gash in its bony belly. You draw blood. No tell. I think that's also, like, small attack. Like, the very first thing was a... Oh, bigger attack, apparently. We're retrying this, by the way. For the record. Flexes its cruel claws as it wheels overhead. I think any tell is small attack at this point, unless it's, like, obviously defensive. Hang on, I didn't read the thing. Next moment, the bird is plunging from the sky as though intent on skewering you with its beak. You try a quick stab, but the bird veers to one side in the air and knocks you backwards against the low hillside. You stumble, head spinning. An opening appears. With the edge of your blade, you aim, hoping to knock the nighthawk onto the ground to finish it. It screams as your blow connects. The creature wobbles and almost falls. It beats its strong wings and gains height, gathering momentum for another strike. Is that a big attack? How big? Pretty big. You take advantage of the nighthawk's anger to press forward. Your blade sings as it parts the air, catching the bird between widespread wings. The low hills echo with the bird's chill screams. The nighthawk stretches its long nails while circling in the sky. That's a small attack. I think I know that tell. You clamber up a nearby dune to get closer. You slash out a sideways swing. Your blade slices into the thick leather of a wing. You draw blood. The nighthawk flaps its way upwards, gaining altitude, ready to plunge. Is that a big attack? I should defend. It is a big attack. Cool. You drop into a crouch as the nighthawk screams through the air. You repel it with your blade, heaving with the effort. You ready yourself for the next assault. That's a small attack. I was right. No tell. That could be anything. Small attack. Apparently slightly bigger than I thought. Small attack. Okay. Flexes its long claws, huh? Try again. I think it started off with an attack, but like not like a super big attack. Lose track of it against the stars. That's a small attack. Extremely small. A bloody call and spreads its talons wide. I think that's also a small attack. Oh no. Apparently that's a big attack. Who knew? Still determined to fight is a small attack. Flexes its cruel claws is a small attack, but like slightly bigger than some of the other small attacks. No tell could be anything. Something big. We wouldn't have had enough. Good choices. Long nails is a small attack. Alright, we've kind of learned his tells. No tell, but this should stop whatever it is. Why only -1? Cruel talons, we can beat that? We can beat that, cool. That's still more damage than I wanted to take. Starting with a 6 something. Okay, sure. Lose track of it against the stars is small. Apparently small is slightly higher than I think it is. Bloody call is big. Ooh, very big. Is 2.6 enough to beat all of his small attacks? I don't know what the range is. This is the same story continued, Inkling. We are, Cruel Claws was a small attack. But we still don't know overall how big the small attacks can get. Long Nails is a small attack. Apparently bigger than 2.6. Probably just need to be like 2.9 or something. Cruel Talons is a small attack. Flexes its claws is small. Cruel Nails is small. Wonder if I have a sense of like sub 1 versus not sub 1. Long Talons is small. It is. Apparently Nighthawks grow to extreme sizes in this area. Cruel Claws is like small, but not like... Yeah, Cruel Claws is one of the bigger small ones. Okay. Trying again, because 5 stamina is unreasonable. Welcome back, Shadowed Mage. He just starts off huge, right? So we should start off huge? No, he doesn't always. Well then, that's fine. Bloody Call is big, so we just need to defend here, because we don't have enough AP. That is an actual small attack. Apparently not. Apparently I'm wrong. Gathering momentum for another strike. I think that was also small. Oh, apparently not. Apparently I've completely lost all track of what I am doing in this fight. Tempted to cast a spell at them. This is slow going. Maybe I'll cast a spell at them. Well, we already know we're being hunted, so let's draw my sword. Trusting to your instincts, you draw your Analand sword. At your back, you hear the rush of wings and the call of a gigantic bird. Alright. Slash at him. Wrecked. Alright, we're gonna cast a spell this time. We're gonna see if we can take over them, because that seems like a good idea. Let's see if they are unintelligent enough to fall to the power of law. Order them to carry me to Mompang. There's no way that works. The birds are... Well, they're big enough. Huh. Where would they take me if I order them to do this? The birds are screaming down out of the sky just as you complete your spell. Then suddenly they freeze in midair and begin to beat their wings in a terrible confusion. You have control of their will, but what use will you turn it to? I have to find out whether this works. It's too easy. There's no way it's going to work, but I have to find out what happens. It is a terrifying moment, but one you can turn to your advantage. You command one of the birds to make a cage of its talons, then you step inside, telling the creature to fly you across the backlands. You carried up into the air and away across the plains. Surprised we didn't get any cacaws during the fight. Well, thank you for delivering, Cryptomancer. The fighting fantasy game book conversions done by Tin Man Games. I mean, this is all like that kind of thing, right? Shadowed Mage? It's part of that series. So I guess if somebody else did other conversions of that series, it would be similarly good, probably. Hopefully. So where are we going? In midair. Oh, that's scary. Oh, I'm a bird now! Fantastic. You are suspended high above the desolate surface of the backlands. The Nighthawk flies swiftly and high. We'll be across the waste in no time. I'll rest. That sounds good. You close your eyes, settling back against a long claw. You will sleep your way through this stage of your adventure. The wings beat on, almost hypnotically. Sounds good to me. Let's nap. In midair, day 1. During the past day, you found 2 new clues. Did I? You have fallen into a daze when quite suddenly you are jerked awake as the talons beneath you begin to open. Uh-oh. Featherfall? Featherfall, right? Let's Featherfall. Featherfall sounds like a good plan. What are my other options? We got Z's. I could zap, I guess. I can open doors or make things sleepy. I can make it dark. Or we can fall safely. You cast the spell and begin to float gently down through the dark air. But halfway down, your fall stops. You've landed on something invisible. And whatever it is moving. Hang on tight. What is it? You reach forward with your hands, hoping to find something to cling onto, and your fingers close around a rough surface. Not fur, but feathers. Invisible feathers. The creature below begins to shimmer into view. Absolutely, look. What the heck is this? You watch and are amazed to find you've been caught in your fall by a gold crest eagle from the King's Eyrie in Analand. What? The eagle's a good guy? The eagle screams at... This is not what I expected. The eagle screams at the Nighthawks, who scatter in fear. Then very carefully, it wheels back southwards and sets you down on the ground. It sure seems like it, Icarus. A bigger bird showed up and scared off the birds I was riding. And I don't know what I can do to this bird. On the ground. Southward? Why would you take me backwards, you stupid bird? Maybe not stupid. Maybe deliberate. I don't know. You return to the ground gratefully. The bird, now fully visible, watches you impassively. Show some respect. You bow your head to the eagle. It opens its beak in reply, and something falls to the ground. It never trust a jerk bird. No kidding. This may be the first bird we've ever seen that isn't a jerk. However, I am withholding judgment. It is a message cylinder. Whatever it contains must be of vital importance, or the king would not have risked revealing your location like this to deliver it. What is this, you ask? The bird looks at you impassively. Of course, it can understand you, but it cannot speak. You reach down and pick up the tube. Inside are 10 gold pieces, and a rolled parchment sealed with the royal seal of the King of Analand. Alright, what does this say? This is actually kind of tough to read. We trust these tidings reach you in fair health, but must warn you of impending peril. Your mission is discovered. Oh no! The Mompang's eyes have spied our plan, and word is on its way to the Dark Fortress. Too late we discovered our unwelcome eavesdroppers, and news of your quest is being carried towards High Zamen? X-A-M-E-N? Sure. By 7 serpents, the Archmage's most trusted servants. By now, they will have reached the Backlands, and here they will divide to complete their journey separately. If you are still able, seek them out, for they must stop to rest and eat. Destroy the creatures before they reach their goal, else the Archmage will prepare a deadly welcome for you. Find Shadrach the Hermit for advice. That's not the sham. For naught moves through the Backlands without his knowledge. Our hearts are with you. Why do they spell Backlands here with a C? Interesting. You look up, but the gold-crust eagle has already rendered itself invisible once more. You feel the rush of air as its great wings lift it from the ground. Then you are alone. So I don't want anybody to find this message. That seems bad. It's a lot of level ups, Devinok. Well, thank you for spending your experience points. Your show of loyalty is will not be ignored. I guess I keep it. Maybe dangerous. I don't know. You roll the message up and slip it into your pack. It would seem the Backlands are not as deserted as you had supposed. You must find these 7 serpents and destroy them, or your journey will be for nothing. Eagle, eagle, eagle. It doesn't have quite the same impact, does it? Some people are experienced. I think Devinok is finally a higher level than you, Cryptomancer. You better watch out. No decision is permanent. Click the rewind button at any point if you want to scroll back and try a different path. Noted. So let's look at my clues now. Shadrach the Hermit. And 7 serpents. Gotta stop the 7 serpents. Okay. Alright, well. On the road again. Temporal anomalies. Can I just visit the anomaly? Probably not. It's gone. Deus Ex Bird. Yup. Got a little interrupted. Birdus interruptus. Alright, well. You have been awake all night and are weaker for it. What? I slept! I definitely slept. They're lying to me. In the distance, the sun breaks over the horizon. You have been awake all night and are weaker for it. Before you, the Backlands stretch away to a dim horizon. Avis Ex Machina is pretty good, actually. How can you hope to locate 7 serpents in such a wilderness? Guardian Perdiosa. What will I do? Jeez. I'll follow my instincts. There's no way that can go wrong. Hopefully your instincts will lead you well. After all, they've carried you this far. Have they? feel like I've been carried this far by brute force and rewinding shenanigans. Maybe my spirit will guide me. You will no doubt require the gorilla even more than ever before, out here where nothing else can be trusted. Speaking of, it's generally a good idea to have a prayer handy when you need it. But if I never pray to the gorilla, I feel like I'm leaving a lot of aid on the table. So I'm going to try praying more often here and seeing whether or not that bites me in the ass. The desert... Yeah, we found them, Senna. We found them. There's sand on my boots! Alright, what's at the cliff? Show me the cliff. After about half an hour, you see a deep black line across the earth up ahead and catch your step just in time. You are 1 pace away from the edge of a sheer cliff. Look over the cliff edge. Do I have a camel? I don't have a camel. My camel is long dead. I never had a camel. You approach the cliff edge and peer over. The drop is considerable, and the view beyond stretches for miles. Leading away to the left is what appears to be a carved staircase of rough stone blocks. In the far distant, birds wheel and turn above the landscape ahead. I wonder if they're jerks. They're probably jerks. Thought we were going towards desserts. Not today. Probably not ever. Alright, what's up with the staircase? Carved from the living rock, the steps, perhaps once smooth, are now warped and drilled with holes from the rain, but they lead downwards all the same. How did anyone carve such a slope? What did they stand on to sculpt the stone so high up in the air? The top step is covered with a curious bright yellow moss. Should I know what this means? Just deserts. God damn it, Icarus. They stood on birds? They might have. Maybe some birds aren't jerks. I'm still suspicious, though. From across the plain, you hear the distant sound of flapping wings. More nighthawks? But nighthawks don't fly when the sun is shining. Obviously, look at the goddamn birds! Shielding your eyes against the low sun, you look south. The skies seem darker there, somehow, and 4 birds wheel against the sky. Then suddenly they break formation. One falls, another is torn to pieces. A figure moves in the darkness beneath. What kind of figure? You try to make out more through the darkness, but though you recognize the figure, you cannot place him. Yo, it's Flanker! I'll help out, Flanker. You rush a few steps forward, but suddenly the whole scene is gone. Oh, it's me. It's me. That was a vision of the past. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, temporal anomalies. Okay. Alright. Something's happening for sure. Alright, let's gather the moss. There's no way this can backfire. Intrigued, you grab a fistful of the moss. It is juicy and extremely pungent. Is it tasty? You taste the moss with a tentative tongue. The flavor is not pleasant, but it does not appear acrid. Perhaps it isn't poisonous? Flanker's your favorite NPC? Yeah, Flanker's pretty cool. I'm on board. Smell the moss. Whoa! Is this mustic moss? No, probably not. You put your nose deep into the moss. The scent is like lemons and strong cheese and manure. One of these scents is not like the other, all rolled together. It reminds you of the smell of drinking water in Kare. The effect is heady. I'll eat it. That seems like a thing I can do. Feeling bolder, you put the clump of moss into your mouth and chew. Thick yellow juices run down your chin. Swallowing the thick clump is hard, but almost as soon as you do, you feel a great warmth spreading up from your stomach. Whatever this moss is, it seems to be most beneficial. Convenient. Something sparkles in the distance. A lake, perhaps? As you stare out across the plains, the featureless dust resolves itself into low, rocky outcrops and gullies. The landscape below is not as featureless as perhaps you first thought. Beyond the plains, a line of low mountains rises, the Battyback Ridge. A second, higher range is visible beyond, the Horns of Ilklala. I make no promises, Inkling. Or Senna. Or read it breathier as... I don't think I want to do a porn reading stream. The Horns of Ilklala. And the Battyback Ridge. Great. Suggestion noted. Erotica is ASMR? That's news for me. Wager it wouldn't be for this game? Yeah, maybe not. I wonder if the Battyback Ridge comes with barbecue sauce. That would be interesting. Their summits must be subject to wild winds, as from here it seems that snow covers them 1 minute, and yet they are barren rock the next. Temporal anomalies? I kind of did that. I did play Doki Doki Literature Club. You're not wrong. Smutty Zelda. Wow, that is a reading of Breath of the Wild I am not familiar with. Dream Daddy was good! Oh man, Dream Daddy was really good. Oh yeah, and Lion! What was the lion? His name was like Brian or something completely run-of-the-mill, right? Breathless in the oil. Oh my god. Oh boy. Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. God. Yeah, I'm never going to stop thinking about why is Q an emote? Nightbot, what have you done? Man, well, this is... You guys have been doing great tonight. Maybe Nightbot is subscribed to someone that they shouldn't be? Dangerous.
What?
I don't know, man. It is a limited time only emote. Nightbot has limited time only emote. Did you know? I'm as confused as you are. God, now I'm going to be thinking about that lion dude from ROM. Man. That game was something else. Alright. So what are we doing here? We're looking at the plains, I guess. Nearer to hand, you see a spire of rock rising proud like a stupa. I'm sorry. Like a what? Is this a real word? A dome-shaped structure erected as a Buddhist shrine.
Stupa.
You learn something new every day. Erect those domes. I guess that's on theme. But through the mist, it seems sometimes that it has 2 prongs, and sometimes only 1. Alright, guys, if you haven't figured out that there are temporal anomalies going on, there are temporal anomalies going on. If I played Civ 6, I'd already know this is probably true. Alright, what spells could we cast here? I don't really feel like I need to suss anything. Also, I am incapable of sussing anything, even if I wanted to. I could howl, I could huff, neither of which feels particularly important. I could feather fall and just float. I could force field. There's a P with no possible spells to cast. Fascinating. O's, A's, and U's. And then just L's, W's, and small F's. Interesting. Multiple prongs. Yep. Alright, we'll just climb down the steps, it's fine. You stride onto the ancient stone staircase, trusting it will not crumble beneath your weight. Then, one pace at a time, you make your way slowly down to the sunken lands below. Really? Nepal specifically, huh? Okay. I mean, I guess they needed to steal some kind of language aesthetic, so, whatever... What do they speak in Nepal? It's surely not Nepalese, right? That's... there's no way that's a real thing. Nepal language. Oh, yeah. Nepali. Fascinating. Is, in fact, Nepali. Well, there you go. Instead, the bridge falls out from under you. Never, ever go out on a ledge again. Yeah, right. No one can stop me from being incautious and overly bold. I have the power of rewind at my command. You clamber down the ancient stairs. It is painstaking work, as every step is about the height of your own body. Then about halfway to the ground, you're forced to stop. The steps below have fallen to rubble. The step on which you stand is in fine condition, perhaps sheltered from the weathering winds by the overhang above. But the next is gone. As are the others after that, stripped from the cliff face as though scoured. You can make out fragments of fallen rock scattered across the plain below. A few rocks skitter down the steep slope to the ground below. After a trip to Nepal, several of the village names encountered in the first volume are named after villages he came across on a 5-day trek from Pokhara. Cool. Cast a spell? What spell would I cast? I guess I could Featherfall. That does seem like a reasonable idea. Now we got G's? I could be God? I cannot be God. I don't have the appropriate gems to be God. We could huff and puff and fall without pain. Just cast Featherfall. Stop messing around, cast Featherfall, and solve this problem. I think it is Senna. You cast the spell, lightening your body weight to a mere fraction of normal. Somewhere close by, the wind whistles a clear note, as though blowing over the top of a gigantic bottle. Oh, wait, there's more places to look. You lean from the step to glance around the cliff face and spy a cave mouth in the raw rock of the cliff a little way to the east of where you stand. Perhaps the staircase once led to it, but if so, that ledge is no longer intact. Make a move? You have no choice but to turn back, or else jump. I have a clue? What clue do I have? Ah. Well, let's jump. Can we jump to the cliff? To the cave? You jump and drift gently down to the valley floor. That's not what I wanted. I think Steve Jackson was also responsible for the card game for Illuminati. Like, he's done a lot of game design. Munchkin Steve Jackson is the American game designer, and this is British Steve Jackson. Oh! Wow, that's not confusing at all. Can I cast a different spell now? Yup, I can cast a different spell. Oh, it's Zen. It's not Zed. Too bad. Or I could zip. Can I zip? I don't have the ring. How? I don't really feel like I need to how. I could heal myself. They both have written this style of game book even better. I mean, clearly he should have called himself Steve Jackson UK, right? That's how that works. How am I going to get back to the cliff face? You jump and drift gently down to the valley floor. Your weight returns and you settle gradually back down to the ground. The foot of the cliff is punctured by little holes, perhaps the warren of hill foxes, or whatever equivalent inhabits this barren wastes. You gaze up the soaring arc of the cliff, barren rock dusted by what little scrub can cling onto its sides. It's as if some great clawed hand had scooped out the earth. You can just make out the cave mouth you saw earlier, halfway up. It appears quite unreachable. In the near distance, back from the cliff, you can see a stone tower, the only stone structure in the whole barren landscape. They're just both evil twins? Perfect, perfect. Oh, that is how they're differentiated on the Fighting Fantasy Wiki. Excellent. The tower stands some way across the plain, almost in the foothills of the ridge. It lists to one side, but appears not to have crumbled into ruin. Okay. This, then, is the plain of Badibak, an endless expanse of dust, broken only by the thin outline of an ancient road. No one from Analand has been here. No one even knows what happened to this place. Once, it was the Archmage's country, his fields and paddocks. Now, it is too barren to even be a place of death. Follow the cliff into the plains, the old road, follow the cliff. Well, this is a lot of decisions. Wow! Where do I think I'm going? There's some, like, landmarks on the map, right? There's some places that maybe I want to visit. Tinpang. Karabakh River. Where am I even going? I need to find 7 snakes? That doesn't seem easy. Here's the forest of Snatta. That's probably where the snakes are. If only because of alliteration. Do I want to check out the tower? Maybe I want to check out the tower. It is a landmark. Or we could just follow the road. Ooh, I have no clue where I want to go. It's not even like there was an obvious north gate in Kare that was like, yeah, go this way. This is all just... I don't even have a destination yet. I don't know what my destination is. Steve Jackson co-founded Games Workshop? Oh, that's a big deal. Or I could speed across the desert sands. I need a camel. I don't have summon camel. Hump isn't a real spell. The road even goes further east to something on the mountain ridge. That's true, it does. There's like this plateau over here. This like kidney bean shaped plateau. So that's potentially a way to get into the steppes. Hump would probably be a bad spell. It's not even a real spell. Like, there's no way to cast it. There's not enough stars. Cam, maybe. Speed, impossible. Okay, let's follow the road then. That at least takes us potentially deeper in to places we need to go. Whereas all of this other stuff, like this bridge is broken. How am I going to get across? Wait for it to be real? What are the odds that it's going to be real? I do want to check out the tower, though. The tower seems important. So maybe we'll just cross the plains. I think I like that. Let's do dangerous things. Just be in the middle of the plains. This is a great idea. You head out across the plain. The sun has reached its highest point now. Out of the shade, the air is baking hot. This, then, is the pit of the Backlands. It's not as fearsome as you'd expected, or maybe the sludge and grime of Kare has toughened your resolve, but it's mostly empty rather than dire. The air is dusty, but not fetid. There are few places for monsters to hide. You continue to walk. Let's get dangerous. When there's trouble, you call DW. Towards the road, northwards, return to the cliff. Okay, we'll just keep on heading to the tower. That looks like an observatory. You make your slow way across the endless wastes. The sun is beginning to lower. The air begins to cool. You crest a low rise. and look down across the barren wastes, offering something of a view. Okay, let's look in directions. What have we got in directions? Looking north, a deep, dark gash seems to cut across the land. Must be a fissure of some kind. To the east, the road makes a loop past the foothills of the Back Ridge, passing an unusual spiked rock formation. South, you can make out a single tree lifting dead branches to the gray sky. And that is all there is to see. East of the Back Ridge lie the Clatterback Steps, which you must cross to reach the lake. I'm supposed to reach the lake? Did I know that? I guess thanks for telling me. Sorry, Senna. We're being cautious. We're conserving stamina. We're conserving... What was the camel's resource? Did the camel get tired? I feel like the camel got tired if you sped for too long. You walk on across the dusty plains until you meet the edge of an old road. The sun begins to dip, heading towards the horizon. Was it health? Did the camel just run out of health? Oh, poor camel. Away from the road to the northeast, the curious stone tower you saw earlier stands alone, overlooking the canyon. There's a physio in the clinic you work in with the initials DW. Oh no. When he discharges his clients, he tells them to feel free to contact him again in the future by saying, when there's trouble, you call DW. Oh god. Amazing. Amazing. Does he actually say it so that it scans? Because trouble you has to be a distinct thing in order to make it rhyme, right? You have to say, when there's trouble you, call DW. Right? You can't actually say it like a normal sentence. Alright, let's check out the tower. Maybe the tower has something interesting going on. You could say W like Bush. Ugh. Pass. You leave the road and walk across the desolate plain. The wind picks up as the evening draws on. It will be night soon again. Already. Wow, that day went by quickly. You reach the shadow of the tower you spotted while climbing down the cliff. Its sides are too smooth to be natural, yet there are no stones or brickwork. It is like a gigantic game piece carved from a single block of stone. Behind the tower is what seems to be a crack in the ground. You walked by his office once when he said it. Well, don't leave us hanging! Did he say it right? He said it's almost exactly the same meter as it is in the theme song. Yes! Sounds like a cool dude. Sounds like a very cool dude. Oh, yeah, I would absolutely have collapsed in laughter. But he still sounds like a cool dude. Do we cast a spell? Maybe the tower is sus? Is the tower sus? I guess we'll never know. There is no S's, so I'm not going to bother. You walk a full circuit of the tower, hoping to find a doorway, but there is nothing to see. The tower's sides are made of solid stone, if indeed it is a tower. From the very top, something metal glints in the sunshine. I can cast Big. Big is an option. Craning your neck in squinting against the sun, you try to make out what the gleam is. Some kind of brass fitting seems to jut over the side. Strange to see worked metal and stone out here. Wasn't this place supposed to be barren? You walk over to the edge of the fissure and look down. It seems to plummet and plummet, falling to a misty bottom far below. Alright, let's try being big. I can zap, I can zip, and I can zen. Man, hovering is so powerful. What the hell do I have to do in order to get a hover jewel? Holy balls. I could howl, but I'm not really in danger here. I could dop. Oh. Maybe there's just a door I can automatically unlock? Let's try it. You cast the spell, expecting the tower base to split and reveal some kind of secret door. But nothing happens. Perhaps there simply is no way inside. Alright. Let's try big. Let's try big. I feel like big is a good idea here. Assuming big is even an option. It is an option. Yeah, let's be big. Looking to the stars, you craft the magic. For a moment, it seems nothing will happen. Then suddenly you begin to grow to 3 times your normal size. From here, you have a much better view of the top of the tower, which seems to support a brass contraption of some kind. A long tube which rests on a small wheel on the edge of the tower, and presumably could be pushed around its perimeter. You stretch your arms around the tower and attempt to climb up, but you cannot find a decent grip on the stone. Any cracks or indentations it may once have had are now far too small for your fingers to fit into. The spell fades and you shrink back down to your normal size once more. Really? Nothing else? I'm going to try how. I'm going to see if how reveals any interesting knowledge to me. On the assumption that it doesn't, I'm assuming it won't. We're going to rewind big again and try shaking the tower. You bind the starlight into shape around you, and a familiar, calm voice begins to speak to you. It turns out How did not tell me anything. Not that I could tell anything here anyway. You bind the starlight into shape, and a familiar, calm voice begins to speak to you. It informs you that there are no doors in or out of this tower, and the only way in is to climb it, but there are no handholds or ladders. Its message delivered, the voice fades away. I want to rewind to get my stamina back. Alright, we're going to try big, and then shake the tower, and see what happens. Probably nothing, but we're trying it anyway. You grab the tower between powerful arms and shake it, hoping perhaps to bring it to the ground. However, nothing happens. Alright. Well, I guess we go through these motions. And now we're where we were before. Toss something into the fissure? You grab a pebble and throw it into the fissure. It disappears out of sight, into silence. Are there other spells I could cast? What else could I do here? I would love to be able to Zen here, but unfortunately, that is not an option. We tried Dop, it didn't get us anywhere. Why can't I cast Door? I would also like to cast Dog, but I don't think it'll do anything useful. Far? I don't have the orb. That's not helpful. What are the odds this does something useful? I think it's pretty minimal. And it's a big stamina expenditure. Maybe I do it anyway. This is one of those cases where my curiosity is going to get the better of me. Even though I don't think I'm going to get a useful result. I kind of just want to see what the game does with it. So we're going to do it. And rewind is always available. Looking to the stars, you craft the magic, building up a charge of electrical energy around your palm. You fire the bolt at the metal glint. It seems to flash and shine for a moment with a ferocious crackling sound. But then the energy fades. I see. What if I zap the tower? Not zip. Didn't think so. Alright. Well... let's do all the things. And, I apparently do not have the tools I need in order to accomplish anything at this tower. Unfortunate. You step away from the tower base, its mystery unsolved. The metal glint at its top, uninvestigated. South of here, the old road runs from west to east across the plain. You have still not found Shadrach the Hermit. If he lives out here, he must have shelter of some kind. Is this the shelter that we think he has? Or this, maybe? I want to go this way. I want to go to this thing. You walk on across the plain. Rocky outcrops break the ground here and there, and as the trail rises, you are soon walking on bare stone. The sun is now in the lowest quarter of the sky. Soon it will be dark. From somewhere close at hand, a strange whistling noise catches your attention. This keeps happening, and it always feels so stupid to me. Like, hey, do you want to interact, or do you want to just ignore everything? Like, yeah, I want to interact. The sound is coming from the other side of a large rock. It seems steady enough, the sound of a ever-running wind. You peer around the rock, and a strange sight greets your eyes. Whether a living creature or a freak weather effect, you cannot tell. But hovering a short way above the ground is a swirling twist of air, trapped in a cove formed by the rock. A small fly buzzes over the head of the whirlwind. A moment later, it is sucked in and disappears from sight. Is the funnel alive? Something about the way it moves suggests it is. It shuffles around the rock enclosure as though injured and looking for a way out. Greetings, you begin. Are you indeed a creature? The whirlwind kicks a short distance up into the air, as if leaping, then settles back down again. A reaction to your voice, or merely a chance movement? Suddenly, from somewhere above you, you hear a voice. Analander, I bring a message! What? You look up and to your right, scouring the rock face, until you spy a small boy leaping from stone to stone like a goat. What? I bring a message from Shadrach the Hermit! How do you know who I am? Shadrach told me. The man with the sword and a face like a starving wolf. That's not flattering at all. The boy answers, he sent me to find you. He has a message about the fire serpent. Okay, well, what's the message? The fire serpent! He's following you. He's going to attack you while you sleep. Shadrach foresaw it. The boy has scaled halfway down the mountainside now and is just above the whirlpool in the rocks. He's about to jump. Wait! What? The boy hovers for a moment, 1 foot on the ledge, about to jump. His eyes meet yours. Then the rock his foot is on slips. He begins to tumble downwards. As he falls, you see him pulled through the air towards the whirlpool. Look out! That seems singularly useless. But sure. What the hell is going on here? But it is too late. Yep, that's about right. A moment later, the boy hits the whirlpool and vanishes. You creep slowly closer to the thing until you're barely a sword's length away. It remains in position, spinning rapidly. From here, you can make out little more about it, except that deep inside, something flashes. Well, foolhardiness has never been punished before. You reach out a hand above the top of the whirlwind. The force it exerts downwards is quite strange. Then suddenly, without warning, it gets stronger. The sound coming from the thing increases in pitch dramatically. Okay, yes, I'll step back. You attempt to step away from the whirlwind, but your hand is held tight. The force on your hand is getting significantly stronger. Seems bad? Ah, yep, dead. Cool. You wait to see what will happen. A moment later, the force has tugged your arm down inside the whirlwind. From there, you cannot save yourself. You are trapped inside. And whatever happens there is so quick that you lose consciousness before you understand it. Whoa. Well then. Let's try that. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm going to get killed so many times, and they are all absolutely my own fault. Completely fine with it. That's what rewind is for. Peer around the rock. Okay. Look at the air funnel. Try talking to the funnel. Look up. How do you know who I am? What message? When will this happen? Why is just above the whirlpool in the rocks? He's about to jump. Soon, at night, as he falls, you see him pulled through the air towards the whirlpool. Why? Doesn't that just kill people? Alright, how can I help him? I can mag myself. I can big myself. I wonder if I can catch him. Well, now I'm big. Maybe I can reach inside it while big? Nope, even while big, it's deadly. Cool. I guess the boy's just going to die? And there's nothing I can do about it? Wait, no, not move on. Hang on, buddy. Alright, go through some steps. Look at the air funnel. Try talking to the funnel. Look up. How do you know who I am? How can I trust you? I didn't do this before. Okay, so this doesn't change the message appreciably. He's... All of this stuff still happens. Like, this doesn't change. What else could I cast here? What are my other options? We can sus and we can six. Six? Six doesn't seem like it'll help. We can huff. That's interesting. Big didn't help. Doze? And mag. Do we think the whirlwind is magical? I don't think the whirlwind is magical. I just think it's a whirlwind. Approach the... Oh, wait. No. Man. I wanted to touch it while I was protected from magic. Alright, one more rewind. I'm going to try touching it while I'm protected from magic. I suspect it's still going to kill me. And, talk to the funnel again? Okay. 2 actions before message. What message? When will this happen? Cast a spell. Oh, so here's something else that's interesting, right? I could, in theory, set myself up to get rid of the whirlwind before the boy falls. Fusro Da would do it, but I still don't have a Gale Horn, so that's not going to help. Well, I guess the boy's just dead. So let's find out whether or not we can touch the thing while protected from magic. Reach inside. Nope, okay. So protection from magic doesn't actually help. Let's try casting Sus. Since Sus is available to me, maybe it will tell me some things about... Oh! This is different. Suddenly. Talk all languages. I mean, it doesn't cost me anything. Can we yap? Is Yap also available? Yap is also available. Oh, as is Yob. We can make a giant. I don't know what the giant will do, but it's available. You remove the wig once more, still puzzled. Alright, so let's get the message. When will this happen? The boy falls in. Now I can cast a different spell. The stars have changed once the boy starts falling. So here's where I can cast Sus. You cast the spell and a familiar calm voice begins to speak to you. It tells you that there is nothing you can do. Well, okay. Literally nothing I can do. Thanks. It's very confusing. You move away from the whirling air. Whatever it is, based on what happened to the boy, it is probably best left unexplored. The path leads in 2 directions from here. A fire serpent is following you. Also, Shadrach the Hermit has been updated, or 7 serpents, or I don't know what else was updated. Man, weird-ass whirlwind that I don't have the ability to interact with. You make your way over the rocks and boulders, following the trail where you can, and scrambling the rest of the way. The sun is almost set. The sky has turned a deep purple. You pause to rest in the shadow of a large rock spire that sticks from the dirt like a claw through cloth. Perching on a low rock, you rest for a moment. You eat the last of your cheese and bread, and feel a little better for it. In the distance, you see gigantic birds circling above the cliff face at the entrance to the plain. The rock is a single shattered spire, perhaps once part of the mountain range to the east. Weird ass whirlwind. Sounds terrible. Or perhaps driven up through the ground by some geological quirk. At the base of the rock is the mouth of a cave. What's inside the cave? You approach the cave with one hand on your blade, remembering the giants in the hills outside Kare. The cave appears to go back some distance into pitch blackness. Someone seems to have scratched a message onto the rock inside the cave. It is only just legible and must be ancient. Stranger, I am waiting. Very long ago. Summon you. Call my name to the skies, and I will. Something Adra. Oh, Shadrach! That seems likely. The message on the cave wall suggested calling out a name, but what name should you call? Literally every name I've run into. Sure, Shadrach. You cry the name across the plains, and the echo of it seems to set off a distant avalanche. The ground begins to shake and rumble, and you stagger to your knees. The very earth is moving as though it was splitting, or merging back together. You reach down to steady yourself, only to find that grass is growing beneath your fingers. Oh. Excuse me? We've given ourselves a local temporal anomaly. Fascinating. Okay, sure, yeah, great, wonderful. You pick yourself unsteadily to your feet, feeling sick and unwell. Everything around you is the same, but everything is different. The rock has 2 spires, for one thing. The cave seems smaller and darker, and in a fire pit built into the scrub at its mouth, a fire is burning. From inside, you hear the gentle sound of singing. Maybe he is playing a banjo. You stop and listen. The singer is a man with a voice like gravel moving over ice. He sings in a language you do not recognize, but its tune feels at once arresting and ancient, and the melody seems to soothe your soul. Oh, nice. You approach the fire. Shadrach, you cry. I am here! The singing stops abruptly. There's a coughing and wheezing sound. Then an old man hobbles out from the cave, limping on a stick. This must be Shadrach himself. Outer Wilds vibe. Oh, right? Yeah! Ha, it's you, he declares, speaking thickly through his beard. I've been expecting you. He waves a hand around the landscape. Welcome back. Welcome back? Welcome back? Welcome back? Just so. You've come a long, long way, my Annalander friend, he smiles. I know your mission, of course. I know all about you. And you know about me, I hope. My name is Shadrach. You pull the message from your pack. I was given this, you explain. It mentions you. He scans it and looks up. Your diviners are most impressive. Or, perhaps our meeting has simply been remembered. Yes, that is more likely. Then his eyes narrow as he reads on. 7 serpents, yes. But now I see why they have sent you to me. Can you help? It depends in some ways. He nods slowly, thinking. I know you journey here from Kare. Tell me, how fares that city? It stands still. Shadrach nods deeply. I watched an army of marsh goblins scale the cliffs armed with swords and axes, he says. There should be smoke rising at the horizon, but I see no such thing. He grabs a handful of dry grass from the ground and tosses it into the fire pit, where it blazes for a moment into flame. He appears to change topic. I must warn you that no one from Analand has ever crossed the Backlands alone and survived. Tell me more. I'm interested in hearing what you have to say. What are the dangers? The land is cursed, Shadrach replies. The very rocks and earth here are lost. Things become unstuck. And you have now become unstuck yourself. Right, yes, Unstuck in Time. I understand. Think I read that book. Can this curse be lifted? Shadrach appears to consider this for a moment, then finally replies. No, most likely not. He demonstrates with his fingers as he speaks, twisting them together. Like, how? The old world and the ancient world have grown together like thorny bushes. To journey through one is to journey through the other. Alright, well, I don't know what any of that means, but what about the serpent ring? You take the serpent ring from your pack and show it to Shadrach. Do you know what this is, you ask. Shadrach accepts it thoughtfully, turning the item over in his thick palm. I have never seen one, he says, but I would say it was a serpent ring, yes. There are only 2 or 3 of these in the ancient world, or just one. Going round and around, you can never be sure. What does it do? I believe it is the component of a spell, he replies. Oh, quite what spell, I fear I do not know. I am no sorcerer, you understand. Yes. Then he hands the ring back to you. Try the Wizard of the Mountain, he adds. Climb from here, through the trees. Unexpectedly, Shadrach stumbles. He smiles at you weakly. Are you unwell? You ask. This whole land is unwell, he replies. I will not be able to stay for very long, he gasps suddenly. Please, ask me what you need to know and then leave. What do you know of the 7 serpents, you ask quickly, keen to learn what you can. Keen to learn what you must while you can. The serpents are most terrible, yes, Shadrach answers. I've often seen them. They are no mere snakes. Do you know of their legend, Tell me. Shadrach nods, then coughs sharply. It's said that thousands of years from now, a few years ago for you, perhaps, the Archmage of Mampeng fought and slew a mighty Hydra, yes, which dwelt in the caves of Haizamen. So formidable a foe was this creature that the Archmage took its 7 heads back to Mampeng, where he used his dark arts to resurrect them as 7-winged serpents. They became his personal messengers, yes, his assassins, his force in dark places. You're gonna have to tell me more about this time thing. Thousands of years from now, Shadrach smiles weakly. Indeed so. Look about you. I fancy this valley was not green with grass when you entered it, He is right. It is the same valley, and yet not the same. Tell me more of the serpents. They are most formidable. Each serpent has a spirit to sustain it. That grants a great power, yes, but also a powerful weakness. Discover those weaknesses, and you may be able to defeat the serpents. Shadrach is shivering slightly now. His face is pale behind the ruddy beard. Do you have any food, you ask, thinking practically. Shadrach shakes his head. I am too holy to eat. What? Everybody eats? Okay, whatever. There is a lot of information I could get here, and I don't feel like I got nearly as much of it as I could have. I'm kind of keen on rewinding here and going through these questions differently. But anyway. But if you can reach Kariyama, north of the river, you may be able to eat well there. If it still exists in your time, yes. Most likely it does not. Shadrach coughs and shivers. Friend, he murmurs, I wish I did not have to go, but I must if I am to close the circle. He gets his stick and pushes himself up to his feet. Where are you going? I go to rest, he sighs happily. I will plant my feet into the earth and lift my arms as branches, yes, and drink in the sunshine for as long as there is water in the soil. Time to leave. It's a pun. Time to leave. Time to make like a tree and leave. He raises his arms to demonstrate, laughs, almost teeters over, catches himself with his stick, and begins to cough violently. There is, he wheezes, not too much time. All right, well, farewell then, and thank you. Shadrach nods. We will meet again. That is my intention, at least, yes. He waves a hand at his cave. I have left one more thing for you in there. Travel well, remember. When you walk through the fields of Ishtara, you are safe from the serpents. But if you do not return to your own time, you will never defeat them. Can I actually just travel between them? That's wild. How can I travel between these lands? Look to the beacons, yes, he answers, cryptically. If any have survived into your time, they will hold a little of our ancient light still. There is one to the north of here, at least by the river. Oh! The tower. Go there. Reaching over, he places his hands on either side of your head, and you feel a great lightness entering your body. That done, he turns and stamps away across the grass. He leaves, heading west across the plains and fading into the hazy dust that hangs in the air. The beacons are lit! Gondor calls for aid! Nice. You muse on what you have seen. It seems there is more to the Backlands than there first appeared. You are left alone by the cave mouth once more. Alright, what's inside the cave? What did he leave me? Oh! Now I can huff at people. That's cool. You look into the cave again, and this time find a strange horn hanging from a hook on the wall. It is ornately carved from strange twisting shell with a hide of leather. It's a gale horn, one of very few in existence. You lift it down with great care. Absolutely blow the horn! I ain't here to not blow horns. You place the horn to your lips and blow a note. It is clean and mellow-pitched, makes the air stir with echoes. You silently thank the hermit for his gift. The Annalander toots as he pleases. You pause to look around the plain. Thin scrub grass stretches away north and west. To the east, the mountains are gleaming in the afternoon sun. The whole world seems to have come alive around you, but surely this magic cannot last. You make your way back to the old road that runs past the rock. To the north, you catch a glimpse of the tower Shadrach mentioned, that seems now to be covered in green ivy. West, you notice a young tree that surely wasn't there before. A young tree that certainly wasn't there. It's Shadrach! Shadrach is the tree. We know about Shadrach. We know about the tree. Okay, yeah, let's go hang out with Shadrach, now that he's a tree. You set off across the prairie. Night falls. You should find somewhere safe to sleep. If you keep going through the night, you will be weaker for it. Night creatures snuffle and burrow through the grasses. Near the old road, you come across a strong young tree. How did I gain so much stamina back? Wow. In its shadow, a woman sits, cross-legged with eyes closed. You watch the woman for a moment. She's breathing in and out slowly and murmuring under her breath. Perhaps she is praying. Around her neck, she wears what looks like a giant's tooth on a leather string. A fleet of long, thin birds swoop and careen, probably, overhead, snatching flies from the chill air. Steal the tooth from the woman. Do I look like I'm a follower of something that's not the gorilla? I go where I please. You approach the meditating woman and cough quietly. Greetings. The woman opens one eye, then shakes her head sadly. You're meant to be over there, she says, pointing a little way to the east. I've been over there. What do you mean? She shakes her head, opening her other eye. No matter. They tell me I will get better at divination with practice. She offers her hand. Push her aside! Don't shake her hand. Be polite. You shake her hand and she laughs. How very formal. Well met, stranger. My name is Althera. Welcome to Ishtara, the land of peace and plenty. Shadrach called this place Ishtara as well, you remark. Of course, such it is, she smiles. But I see from your bearing you truly are a stranger here. Ishtara is the ancient world, from the Zanzunu peaks in the east to the cloud-capped mountains north, and down to the South Sea. I am from Analand, you explain. It seems from her expression that the name means nothing to her. You must have traveled far, she replies. She nods politely. Will you sit with me a while? Sure. Can you aid me? Can you aid me in my quest? She laughs. Perhaps you might simply enjoy my company. She looks into your eyes, then sighs. Ishtara is a large place. Perhaps I can guide you. It is clear from her manner that she wants something. But what? How does one know their own world is ancient? I feel like they're also time travelers, the same way everybody else here is a time traveler. They are unstuck from time. You sit down on the long grass opposite her. She smiles at you. I need to practice my third eye, she says, tapping what appears to be a small gem stuck to her forehead. Perhaps we could play. And reaching into a pocket, she produces a handful of small stones. Swindle stones? Well then! I am always in for a game of liar's dice. She looks amused. Swindle stones? My teachers used that name before, but that's not what we call them here. They're mind stones. I tried to read your thoughts as you tried to read mine. You can read minds? You ask warily. She shakes her head. No, I'm learning, but the sense is weak with me. Please, help me practice. What is the stake, you ask? She laughs. Perhaps if you win, I'll give you the dice. How's that? Can I cast Tell? Oh, she does not want me to cast spells. Today is not spellcasting. Today is merely psychic powers. Well, okay then. You begin to cast upwards to the stars when Althera catches your arm. Please, this is not a game of magic, but a game of inner sense. She taps the center of her forehead. Well then, all right. Althera counts out 4 dice each and waves at you to bid. Whoa, look at her! I was actually so focused on the design of this, like, weird third eye that I almost forgot to look at her giant rack. Thank you for this design. Steve Jackson's Sorcery. Alright, so what do I think is going on here? I have 2 3s. We think she has 1.25 of everything, right? 4 dice. Oh no, it's 4 dice. So in theory, she has one of each, right? So safe bet is there are 3 3s on the table. So let's guess that there are 3 3s on the table. Oh, and also, we can ask her questions. Let's start with 1 3 and see what she says. When I came this way earlier, it was a wasteland. Clear your mind. A wasteland? This is a land of plenty and peace. Alright, well now I think there's 2 3s. 2 2s, she says. I don't have any 2s. I think there are 2 2s. I think she's not lying. Do I think there's 2 4s? There might be 2 4s. I think there are 3 3s. So this place has never been a desert. Of course not. Poor traveler, you must be weary. So for this to be accurate, she has to have exactly 2 2s and 2 4s? I suppose so. Oh, she was just lying about the 2s. I was right about the 3s, though. She got me. Man, I could have called her bluff on the 2s of all the things. I was not expecting that. All right, good roll, good roll. Good bid. Good bid. Your mind is very confusing. I should be able to see clearly into it, but I can't. All right, if you think there is 1 4, then I think there are 2 4s. I'm glad you can't. It's not very generous of you. I do not think there are 3 3s. I think you're bluffing. Only 2 3s, I was right. In fact, at 2 4s, literally nothing she could have done. That wink pose is odd. What wink pose? Does her third eye wink? If so, that's the weirdest thing I've ever heard of. I found a strange tower near here. It is the beacon. There's nothing strange about it. Maybe there's 3 1s. What if there's 3 1s? Look at her face. I'm not looking at anything. I'm looking at the dice. It's the only stone building here. I am seeing. What are you seeing? Oh. Oh, that's super weird. Oh, yeah, and of course she's leaning over. Because of course she is. In the fields, yes. But our village has many stone buildings. Alright, reveal dice. Ah, got her. Yeah, she's not very good at the psychic business, is she? So you're a traveler. What do I think? She thinks there's 1 4. There is 1 4, but I think there's 2 4s. No, I long to travel. I don't think there's 3 4s. I think you are lying to me. Only 2 4s. Elthera curses and flicks one of her dice onto the floor. I think there are 3 1s. If she has a 1... Okay, I am going to take the 75% chance that we just auto-win here. I played a game like this in Kare, but it had another name. Kareans love to pretend they are a breed apart. Yeah, that wink pose is really weird. Gotcha, lady. Elthera laughs. You are a challenging mind, she declares. May we play again? Sure. I can probably get more information from her. Look at all these 3s. So you live out here? Not in the prairie. I live nearby. I want the line to be the one that lets me play the game. Are there many people here? Why would you call that? A whole world's worth. Why, stranger, the sun has put its heat inside your skull, I fear. Why would you call 3 3s? Literal 0 threes. Okay. But 3 fours was wrong. So, she was screwed no matter what she did. You have lots of questions. I am new here. That's accurate. I cannot answer all your questions. I'm only young. You don't look young. That seems like an appropriate call here. And you do not look bright, yet I talk to you. Oh yeah, I guess that's like a little left-handed, huh? Kind of insulting to say she doesn't look young. Well, Thera wins that round. That's what I get for trying to converse instead of win. Ah, we are out of dialogue options. All right, we're just bidding then. I think there's 1. I think she has a 4. So I'm going to say there's 2 4s. Because I don't think there's 3 4s. Here's a bid. 3 2s? Nope. No, ma'am. There sure are not. Ha! She could have called me on the 4s, though. 1 1. I think there's 1 2. 1 4. There might be 1 4. So if I believe that she's betting honestly, I think she has a 1 and a 4 in her hand. I don't think she's betting honestly, though. I think she's just betting cautiously. I think she's forcing me up to... Like, I think neither of those bets are necessarily representative of what's in her hand. I could go to 2 4s. But I want to go to 2 2s. Because if she goes to 2 4s, I can go to 3 2s. Because I think she does have a 2. Cool. I can go to 3 2s here. I'm willing to take the 50-50. Ooh, not 4. 3 2s. 3 2s. Well, do you have a 2? She does not have a 2. I lost the 50-50. That's some 3s. Let's start with 1. Let's start with a 4 and make her bid higher. Okay. If she thinks there's 2 2s, I think there's 2 3s. So either I bid my 2 3s or I call her 2s. With no 2s in my hand, that's a safe call. But here she either has to escalate or... Like, if she's lying on 2s, why would she lie on 2s, though? Why would she pick 2s to lie on? That's a very specific number to lie on. I'm beating the 3s. Yeah, she has to go up or she has to call. She had 1 2. Oh, she was doing some future betting. She was betting based off my hand. Okay. So now she has 1 die. She thinks there's a 2. I think there's 2 4s. I'm betting you don't have a 4. It is a foul city. It's such a small place. Shadrach says it will be important, but I doubt it. Wow. You're really not very good at the divination, are you? Kicked her ass again. Elthera laughs. Your thoughts are deep, she declares. Another game? No, that's enough. That's enough liar's dice for now. Worst psychic ever? Yeah, pretty much. No more, you reply, shaking your head. I'm growing tired. She nods. Gathering up the dice, she drops them into your palm. Here, take these, she declares. You will have better use of them than I. I foresee as much. Do you? I'm kind of inclined not to take them, because I believe that all of your foresight is lies. I believe that anything you foresee is wrong, and I should do the opposite as a result. But I guess I won't turn down dice. You thank her and drop the dice into your pack. She nods and gets to her feet. I must be going, she says. Travel well. Come and visit me if you will. She waves in the direction of the cliff you came down when you entered the Backlands, but quite why is not clear. Then she hurries away. Fascinating. So if I rest here, when I wake up, will I be in the present again? It's an interesting idea. If so, if I think that's the case, then I probably want to head north to the tower before I'm punted out of this time period. Because I don't really know how to get back into it, right? That's troubling. So that's a decision. I guess I just rest here. It's as nice a place to rest as any. Although I guess we know that the fire snake is going to attack me. You set yourself down on the plain. At least you've eaten already today, so you don't need to eat again to avoid hunger. You close your eyes and let your tiredness overtake you. The silence is loud in your ears. Slowly, you're understanding the true loneliness of this place. You long for human company, even the withering insults of flanker. But there is no one here. Your dreams quickly become nightmares. There was a rope around your neck, growing tighter. The king of Analand stands before you, cursing you for your failure. You were sent for the crown, he spits. But instead you wandered the wilderness like a fool. You try to protest your innocence, but you cannot speak. You cannot even find words to breathe. This is the snake attacking me. You reach up to your throat to claw away the rope to find it has swelled to be as thick as your arm, as though submerged under water. Then one end of the rope splits and bites at your hand. It is no rope, but a snake! Your eyes flick open. A despair snake is wrapped around your throat, breathing its miserable breath into your eyes. It's not a despair snake, it's a fire snake. Cast a spell. Maybe I can cast Hiss. I can haunt it. I can't huff, apparently. I can doze? Oh, can I kin it? I can. Alright, let's kin it. Summon replica creature. Oh no. A despair snake. I thought it was going to be the fire snake. It's actually the despair snake. I have made a huge mistake. It's as if I sapped myself. Oh god. Cool, cool. I'm glad this ended poorly, because I could try again. But this is neat. Looking to the stars, you craft the magic, holding up the mirror, which starts to glow and flash. A moment later, a second snake slides out of the mirror and onto the ground. The effect on you is immediate. You slump to the floor, inconsolably miserable. Should either snake decide to attack you, you would gladly let them. It would be a mercy. Luckily, however, and presumably it is luck, since it couldn't possibly be skill, the effect that the snakes have on each other is even worse. Depression all around. They stare glumly, unable to attack. Watch the fight? You sit down to watch the fight, chin on your fist. The pace is fantastically boring. You begin to chew the inside of your cheek for entertainment. The two snakes approach each other slowly, hissing weakly at each other. It is quite dull. You vaguely daydream about killing the attacking snake, but what would be the point? One snake opens its mouth wide to swallow the other, but you're not paying enough attention to work out which of the two is which. There is nothing to do but wait to be eaten. You quietly sing to yourself, a dreary song from your childhood, of drowned sailors and moldy bread. One snake eats the other snake, but with surprising gentleness. Then the eaten snake pulls free, and in return it swallows the first. This continues for some time, back and forth, until you realize the two snakes are in fact kissing, in a mess of slobber and teeth. No doubt when they're finished, they will eat you for a post-passion snack. What a way to die. Excuse me? I summoned a mirror snake to defend me, and it starts making out with my opponent? Does this always happen? Is this, in fact, a mirror of makeout clones? I was unaware that that's what this spell does. Well, I'm not going to interrupt them. I'm not here to be that kind of killjoy. Let them have fun. You leave the snakes to their coupling, closing your eyes and eventually falling fast asleep. Sometime in the night they must have disappeared together as you are not devoured, and your dreams turn from gray fantasies of rain and ice to happier thoughts. I'm very confused with this. Okay. Yeah, I was wrong. Maybe this is that kind of thing. Creates clones with their female. Is that how Naruto's shadow jutsu works? Wow. Fascinating. By the tree, day 2. During the past day, you ran out of provisions and gained considerable gold, plus 10. Reached the pit of the backlands and met Shadrach the Hermit. You also caused a despair snake to make out with its mirror clone double. I hope you're happy with yourself. And we're still stuck in the previous time. Okay, we are still unstuck. The opposite of stuck. Apparently. You get to your feet once more. With the woman gone, you look around the plain. South and west, the great fault line of the cliff shields out the sky, and at its top, it seems as dark as night. North, the grass stretches away towards a distant flashing line that seems to cut across the land. Okay. The tree is relatively young, fresh and strong, as though it has been only planted a few minutes before. You turn your attention back to the landscape. It's Shadrach! It is! It's actually Shadrach. Fascinating. Okay, we're gonna go to the tower. You return to the road. A few clouds scud across the sky. Word usage. Amongst everything else that has changed, the stone tower to the northeast seems to have changed color. It is now a deep, dark green. Yeah, it's covered in ivy, so now we can actually climb it. You step off the well-paved road and cut across the grassy fields that have somehow replaced the plain that was here before. Somehow? How is this possible? What could have caused this change? Come on, we know what's going on. As the morning moves on, the wind begins to rise. You are back at the stone tower once again. The tower seems mostly unchanged from before, except it is now overgrown with thick black gripweed. More impressively, the fissure behind it is transformed into a roaring river. Huh. I didn't want to cast a spell. You pause for a while, watching the river rushing past. The sound is calming, even though it is on the far side that the plains continue, and somehow you must cross. Must I? What about going to the other side? I don't think I must cross, actually. You give the gripweed shoots a sharp tug. The plant is tough as rope, and seems to be firmly anchored into the stone of the tower. The weed seems to grow all the way to the top. Well, let's climb it. Quickly you grab the gripweed and scramble up the outside of the tower. The roots of the thick plant offer plenty of footholds, and the ascent is easy enough. Soon you are hauling yourself over the battlements onto the top of the tower. It's actually called the sexy technique? Yo, Naruto's really weird. Like, I knew that the shadow clone jutsu was a thing, but I definitely didn't know that there was a harem jutsu. That's... no longer trust Naruto. I don't know that I ever trusted Naruto, but I certainly don't trust Naruto now. You stand atop the tower. The wind across the grassland whips at your hood. The ground seems like an endless green sea far below. But the top is not empty. Indeed, there is barely room to stand. Most of the floor space is taken up by a large brass contraption that has been built into the middle of the roof. Look all around. From here you can see all the way from the low mountains in the east to the cliff face that curves around to the south and west, and the rushing river that splits the land to the north. Looking away into the mountains, they rise suddenly and steeply, blocking the view beyond. Dark, winged shapes circle their highest peaks. More nighthawks, perhaps? Or worse? But their slopes are partially wooded, with grass around the double spike of fishtail rock. Do you know Lindsay Ellis videos? Okay. You look back at the cliff face down which you came. For a moment, you seem to see a line of steps leading down the slope past a dark smudge. It's the cave mouth you saw earlier. For a moment, the mountains to the east seems to spring into thick woodland, as though a dusty cloud had lifted, revealing a forest below. Then the moment passes once more. The plains around the rock are green and pleasant, but that greenery ends abruptly in dust on all sides. The effect is like a square of moonlight on a dark floor, or a lonely rock rising up from the surface of a stagnant lake. You turn your attention away from the view. Birds wheel and tumble in the air a short distance away. Wolf Cock Karen? Alright, I don't know who Lindsay Ellis is, but this sounds like it's worth paying attention to. The tower was clearly built to house the brass contraption in the center of the turret. You look it over with curious interest. A large brass cylinder is set into the bearing in the center of the tower, and protrudes a short way over the battlement. It is rather like one of the Chief Mage's telescopes, but why would anyone set such a complex device out here in the wastes? Alright, yeah, I'd appreciate that, Chris. You crouch to look through the cylinder, but find you cannot, as it has no eyepiece. The near end disappears unbroken into the brass mounting of the device. The bearing underneath the cylinder looks as though it might allow the contraption to move. Furthermore, set in the central dome is an impressive-looking blue crystal. Ah, well, let's look at the crystal. The blue crystal is not a gem you recognize. It pulses with a small interior glow, as though something lived inside. Well, let's move the cylinder around and see what happens. You move the cylinder, and it swivels around the top of the tower, moving quite easily, as though recently oiled. Nothing else appears to happen, however. Cast a spell? We cannot D. We can mag. We can sus. We can fog and foff. Alright, I'll spend a stamina on sus. I got stamina to spare. You bind the starlight into shape around you, and a quiet voice enters your mind. The voice informs you that although the telescope is most powerful, and indeed is capable of causing great harm, it will not harm you here, now. With that, the spell fades. I can't not take the crystal? Okay, as you say. You touch the crystal, but as your fingers brush the glass, something happens, and you feel yourself whipped up into the air as though catapulted. For a dizzy moment, you seem to stare down at the entire land of Badibak. But then a moment later, you're back on your feet, head reeling, but feeling curiously powerful. Ooh. It's a bird's eye view spell instead of a, something else. Cool. You reach out to touch the crystal again, only to catch yourself. The blue crystal on the contraption is flashing brilliantly, and then suddenly the cylinder ignites with a thick beam of syrupy light. The beam floods across the landscape, cutting through the mists and warping the view like a heat haze. Excuse me? The land in the light of the beam has changed. It seems the magic you witnessed earlier is happening again. Excuse me? Ooh. I can extend the field of future time. Or past time, I guess. I wonder if I can make it cover both the bridge and this statue. Because otherwise, I don't know. Oh, I do know how to get across. This is all empty. I could just cross it. So we just wanted to cover the statue. Yeah, it's a weird game. It's cool, though. There's a lot going on. Look at the view. The view is now partially lit with a beam from the tower, and a different land appears in its light. Birds fly. Gentle wind stirs pollen in a haze. Look at the beam. Careful not to touch the light, you examine the beam. It seems to come into focus a few cubits from the edge of the tower, then floods outwards, changing the very color of the air as it goes. On the ground, you see dusty sand beneath its light, with grass growing on either side. This must be the beacon that Shadrach mentioned. Oh, I can totally choose, like, near or far where I want to aim it? Amazing. Wow, 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 wow. Okay. Ooh, or I could cancel out the past over here. So wherever I send the beam, it's the opposite of what it currently is. So if I want to go back up to the cliff thing, and I do, I can aim it this way on the cliff. And then I can always come back here, reset it, and look out here and go to, like, whatever village this is, or whatever thing's over here. Alright, what else is there? Ah, the ridge blocks my view. Okay. This doesn't appear to change anything, although maybe it does with the bridge here. Ooh, that's fascinating. All right, I'm still on checking out the cliff first. You adjust the beam around its track, sweeping light over the land below. With the beacon blazing away, you swing yourself over the battlement once more. After an uncertain moment, you find the gripweed and clamber swiftly down. You scramble down the tower, drop the last few feet to ground level, and head back southwards. The whirlpool. Oh, this is where that whirlwind was in the future, in the present. The plain turns to rock and stone. The mid-afternoon heat floods the valley. The dusty plains have been transformed into fields, though the grass here is littered with rocks that have tumbled down from the mountain range to the east. Nestled between two rocks is the same whirlpool you saw earlier. It seems to have been unaffected by the change in the landscape, although perhaps it's slightly smaller now? As you consider the whirlpool, a creature in an all-covering hood lopes into view. It's carrying something tightly in one hand, though you cannot make out what. Well, I don't like this. What is House of Hell? Stick a link in the suggestion channel. I'll take a look at it. I don't like that I lost the dude his thing, whatever the thing is. Well, whatever. Greetings, you declare. The creature leaps in alarm, arms going wide, and drops whatever it was holding. I'm going to play this out, but I'm likely going to rewind here, because this is not a good start, I don't think. A moment later, the whirlpool has sucked it away. The creature looks about in confusion. You point at the whirlpool, trying to explain with gestures what it is. But the creature shakes its head, clearly not following. At least it doesn't go any closer. Grumbling, the creature shambles away westwards, knocking into you as it goes. You follow the creature along the road, but you've only gone a short way when it seems to vanish from your sight into the mists. You step back to the whirlpool to decide where to go next. Ah, okay. So it's kind of like this. I think I don't want to play another game like this for a while. Visual novels are draining. They are difficult to play with any kind of consistency. That happened again. Approach the funnel. Let's not reach inside. Deep inside, something flashes. This thing has killed me before, so let's not. You stride on, feeling the day's first rumblings of hunger in your stomach. Okay, I'm gonna reset this, because I want to see what happened with the creature if I don't surprise it. Watch the creature. You watch as the creature comes closer, passing within spitting distance of the whirlpool. Whatever they're holding, it looks like little more than a rock. The creature's troubles are not yours. You turn your attention away. Grumbling, the creature shambles away westwards, knocking into you as it goes. What? Weird. Hang on. What if I startle it afterwards? Watch the creature. And then... Oh, like $1.50? Yeah, that's nothing. Nope. Oh, I can cast a spell. Let's yap at him. Or let's rap with him. Whichever one is the thing. I think it's rap. Taking the wig from your pack, you wear it and form your spell, but it seems to make no difference to the language uttered by the creature. Curious. Unless this attempt at language is in fact simply a series of strange noises? Casting your spell has caused you to open your arms, releasing the creature. It dusts itself down. This is so weird. Maybe I could yap with him? I'm going to reset again. We're going to try yapping. Since rap didn't do it, maybe yap will. Nope. Nope? Is there really nothing I can do here? What if I keep a hold of him? What happens? Watch the creature. Wave a greeting. Stop the creature from going too close. Keep them held? The creature is stronger than it looks. Nope. Can't do nothing here. Nothing doing. Okay, well, move on, I guess. So I still want to head back to the cave here. And I'm not sure what the best way to do to get there is. I guess back up here and then split off to the side. Was that an option? When I was up here, was there an option to head down this way? I guess I could just follow the road. That's probably the easiest way to do it. You make your way over the grass-covered rocks and boulders, following the trail where you can, and scrambling the rest of the way. The afternoon is starting to draw on. Once again, you see the distinctive fishtail rock sticking up from the earth, but there is no sign of Shadrach the Hermit. The fire outside the cave has burned down to black embers. What? What? No way. Absolutely not. I refuse. The open world CYOA, it's fascinating. There's a lot going on here. There's a lot of options. Can I draw my sword? What does that even do? Quickly, you draw your sword. The creature leaps in alarm, arms going wide, and drops whatever it was holding, knocking into you as it goes. I don't want that. That's not a thing I want. You know what? I'm just going to not do this. We're just going to go back even further. We're just going to go back to leaving the tower. Alright, so if I go to the road west, can I go back into the plains? You rejoin the road. The sun is hot now. From behind you, a voice says, "Excuse me." Really? You turn around to find the road deserted. There is no one in sight in any direction. "Where are you?" you call, half expecting Flanker to materialize up from the dust to greet you. There is no reply. The cold wind whistles around you. The plains feel suddenly far emptier than a moment before. Okay, so I can't just go across the plain. You abandon the road and walk across the suddenly grassy fields. Heat beats down from an empty sky. From behind you, a voice says, "Excuse me." You whip around to find a small boy holding a gold-backed mirror in his hand. He pushes it towards you. "Where did you get that?" "You dropped it," the boy says. "Oh, well, thanks." The boy smiles and puts the gold-backed mirror into your hands. Then he steps back and waits for something. You squat down onto your ankles to be more at the boy's level. He is clearly local, and is likely to know a lot about the area. "Who lives in the cave in the cliff?" you ask the boy. Some ancient failed truth-teller," the boy replies. "She spent her whole life studying divination, but she wasn't any good at it. Her sister Bria went to the fortress, and she was much more powerful." Oh, okay. So the lady that we talked to lives in the hole in the ridge. Okay. Okay. Given that knowledge, is it useful to go talk to her? Ancient failed truth teller. I don't know that I would have called her ancient. Failed truth teller is pretty believable. Bria went to the fortress, and she was much more powerful. What can you tell me about the towers? The beacons? The boy shrugs. Why are you interested in them? Elthera. Yeah, that was it. Elthera. They seem most powerful. Just magic, the boy replies with a sulky shrug. The boy's starting to look twitchy. Where are you from? You ask. Kare, he replies to your surprise. But I run errands. All the way to Tinpeng sometimes. The boy hops from foot to foot. Yeah, okay, you can go. It's fine. Wow! They just keep taking crap from me. I don't like this at all. How dare they? Old groans are so boring, the boy complains. Without another word, you turn and move away. Just being helpful, the boy shouts from behind you before he disappears in the other direction across the grass. It is only later you realize he somehow swiped the cloth skullcap from your pack. I am not willing to let my telepathy disappear. Bet he stole my camel too? Probably. You dropped it. Thank you. You could offer him a reward. You count out 3 gold pieces into his palm. The boy's smile grows wide at the sight. Thank you, he breathes. By Throff, I'm glad I followed you. I mean, that I was here. You know what I mean. Alright, cool. Well, adios, kid. Oh, well, he still takes it. What a jerk. What a jerk. You draw your sword and the voice yelps, I'm not attacking you, it exclaims. I thought you might want this. Okay, so this doesn't change the dialogue at all. Camel thieves. Yeah, the boy moves pretty quickly. I already have one like that. The boy giggles behind his hand. No, you don't, he answers. You dropped it. Really? There's not a way out of this? I guess I could just tell him to keep it, but... this sucks. Do I have to rewind back to here? This is like the first excuse me, right? There was an excuse me here, too. There was not an excuse me here. What? Oh. Bad luck. I guess there's not an excuse me there if I don't want there to be. Neat. You walk on across... Well, alright. Yeah, let's just not have the event. That seems ideal. You walk on across the waste until you join an old road. Slowly, the sun begins to make its way back down the sky. From here, the path is uncertain. Badibak is a wasteland, and there is no path through the great ridge that forms its eastern border. The forest of Snata is uncharted. The Zanzunu Peaks and Mompang seem remote. I think both these are true. The Zanzunu Peaks and Mompang seem impossibly far away, and yet a way must be found. Probably why it didn't happen the second time. Oh. That's true. If I got lucky in terms of like my positioning and just the timing of it, like maybe it wasn't in the past when I got there the second time. Interesting. Very interesting. The game definitely seems to have like multiple ways to cause me to lose specific things, right? Like the weird creature that steals my mirror near the whirlpool, right? Like it's specifically the mirror in both cases. It's very interesting. When the Archmage sensed his bird men to steal the crown of kings, they flew, but you must walk. There is no alternative. The future of the old world depends on you finding your way across this lonely dust bowl. The cliff! You follow the road back to the edge of the cliff. The sun is sinking and the sky is turning bruised purple. It'll be dark soon. The great cliff rises up into the sky, unclimbable, and looking ready to topple at any moment. What? What totally inaccessible? You're lying to me. Climb the steps, yes. You walk along the base of the cliff. Clouds rumble as they roll across the dimming sky. Soon it will be dark. The grass meadow ends by the cliff base and the carved stone steps that lead away from the backlands. You haul yourself onto the first of the gigantic steps that leads up to the cliff face. You clamber up the carved rock. Then about halfway up, you pause to rest near the entrance to the cave. The cave is clearly inhabited. Cloth hangs across the opening. Enter the cave! That's the whole point of being here. You push back the cloth hanging and enter the cave. Welcome, murmurs a voice from the shadows at the far end of the space. Who's there? You call, waiting for your eyes to readjust so you can see. You hear footsteps padding forward over sand, and then a shambling figure appears. A woman with crazed white hair. wearing rags of animal skin. You, she says with a quiet laugh. I had no idea I would see you again. Her voice is familiar from somewhere, but you have not met anyone so old since the witch above the waterfall in the Shamutanti Hills. Oh. What did I do before the whole thing with the boy? So we talked to Shadrach, and then followed Shadrach to the tree that he planted himself as, presumably. I don't know. I don't know details. We played Swindle Stones with Elretha? Eletha? Elrotha? Something like that, whatever her name was. We beat her twice. She gave us some dice. I suspect this is Elrotha, by the way. I think this is also the same girl. Just old. Because time isn't holding up. Time is ineffable. Wibbly wobbly, etc. And that's about it. That's about all we've done. We went to mess around with the tower and couldn't because it was in the present, and then weird time shenanigans. I recognize you. You begin thoughtfully. I remember your laugh. I laughed when you beat me at Mindstones, she replies. But it was a very long time ago, of course. I was so young. I was rather in love with you, as I recall. Were you? Elthera, that's her name. With that, she steps forward once more, coming into the thin moonlight at the entrance of the cave. You gasp. Though this woman is old beyond imagining, you recognize her face. It is Elthera, with whom you were playing dice only hours before. How is this possible? You demand, afraid of whatever curse has befallen her. She laughs. Is this not normal where you come from? She asks. Within my people, we change this way as time passes. It is quite normal. How long ago did we last meet? You ask, horrified by what the answer might be. When we met, I was barely 16. Wow. She looked like 25. That's some artist liberties, I think, with a 16-year-old. Now, let me see. I suppose I am 113, if you don't count the year I spent as an eagle. That's a while. She shrugs sadly. Also, she's old? Wow, good job. But welcome, all the same. Perhaps you are thirsty. From a corner of the cave, she produces a jug, which has been catching water dripping down the stone. Thank you. She pours you a cup and you drink gratefully, and quickly feel thoroughly refreshed. It has been barely any time since I last met you, you tell her amazed. Then the curse on this land affects me, but not you, she says. Perhaps you will be able to leave, unlike the others. What others? The others. All the others that survived the new crown, she replies. They wander the wilderness in circles, lost, endlessly repeating themselves. Quite unstuck. Do you have any provisions? You ask. The woman shakes her head. I do not eat, she answers. I sustain myself through passive thought. It is a purer existence. Wow, she's an octogenarian. Can you train me? If you have 50 years to spend in practice, she replies with a smile. But I do not have so long, I fear. The woman coughs. You are a sorcerer, are you not? She asks. I am. She nods. There is a secret, known only to the most powerful sorcerers in this land. The sorcerers of the fortress know it, I am sure, but they have tried to keep it secret. Would you like to hear it? Always. I love secrets. Elthera nods in return. It is said, you see, that sorcery is unstoppably powerful. The sorcerers tell us that magic controls the world's very warp and weft, that once woven, a spell cannot be unwound. The claim is bold, but I have learned it is also untrue. She just coughed. She's about to turn into a cactus. Whatever. Yes. Any indication that a thing is happening. The woman coughs. Obviously, that's a signal. So magic can be undone. Magic, some magic, perhaps all magic, can be countered, just as the parrying blade can stop a sword. I have discovered one such counterspell already. The spell of healing opposes the enchantment of the fireball. I believe if one can recognize the spell being cast, and one knows the form, then one can prevent that spell with the cast of the other. Oh. Interesting. 98 years difference. Yeah, that sounds about right. 96, I think. I think you plus one to the wrong direction. Or maybe I plus one the wrong direction? She said she was 113 not counting the year as an eagle. So actually she's 114. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right, 98. Ask question or just... No, I'll ask questions. What about the most powerful spells? She shrugs. I have not tested it. But yes, perhaps even the most powerful spell can be undone. As she speaks, she draws a shape in the air, a horizontal line, a diagonal, another line. It is a letter Z. Alright, what has happened with my spellbook? Counters dock. Oh, it shows it now. Counters hot. Fascinating. Can you tell me about the 7 serpents? Althera looks surprised. 7 serpents? Suddenly, her face is alive with activity, and she hobbles back into the depths of her cave, returning a moment later, clicking her fingers. I have seen this. I have seen this in the stars. About 7 serpents turns the fate of a man, and about that turns the fate of a world. But I thought the 7 serpents were stars, up there. The 7 serpents are real. They are most powerful, she replies. They are all but indestructible. If you see one of these serpents, stranger, I believe that you must run. The serpents have weaknesses. They can be defeated. She tilts her head. Such bravery, such foolishness. I might, Senna. I think it would be cool to do another randomizer stream. I don't know how interested I am in doing a whole, like, bloodless campaign. I don't even know what a bloodless campaign looks like. So maybe I should, try it out, get a sense of it, see if I want to do it as, like, an actual thing. Maybe. Yeah, unsure. Probably not this week. But maybe. Such bravery, such foolishness, she murmurs. You must know them to kill them. But to know them is to be killed by them. She shakes her head. And the whole land turns on this. So the whole land must surely fall. The woman sits down quite suddenly, in a state of some despair. There. You reproach her, hoping to console her, but she does not react to your presence. She does not even blink. The woman murmurs softly to herself. I guess we've lost her. You glance around the cave. Althera has few possessions to speak of, but your interest is taken more by the dust that covers the floor. Stone dust can be very valuable for magic. Ooh, I'll gather up some stone dust. Actually, I do want to double check my items and make sure I do still have the mirror. Okay, so the dude definitely stole my mirror and then gave it back, and then stole a different thing. You scrape together a handful's worth of stone dust between your palms and slip it into your money pouch for safekeeping. The woman's third eye seems to glow momentarily. You step away from the old woman and look about for where to go next. Then, quite suddenly, she grabs your leg. I will find them, she hisses, but it will take some time to search. Come back! And then her eyes roll up into her skull. Let's look deeper into the cave. This seems like a decent place to spend the night. Stepping carefully past the catatonic woman, you make your way further back into the cave. After a narrow passage, it opens out to reveal a wide space lit by torchlight. The walls are covered with scratched writing, curious symbols and glyphs, all in the same shaky hand. A tangle of ropes lies in one corner. A little dust trickles from the ceiling. Intrigued by the writing, you look over some symbols. They are a mixture of star signs, letters, numbers, and shapes you do not recognize. There is no order. It is as though their scribe It is as though their scribe was desperately trying to capture as much as possible of a dream before it was forgotten. The results are quite indecipherable, especially in the near darkness, and barely any space is left, only one patch of blank stone near the base of the wall. Some of the glyphs on the wall are split, you notice, by crazed cracks in the rocks. Cast a spell. Can I cast Sun? I can, and I can cast Sus. You weave the enchantment, and the sun jewel in your pack begins to pulse and throb with a brilliant, blinding light. The glow picks out details in the glyphs and carvings of the wall, letting you read several much more clearly. The bridge will fall, and the river become a chasm, reads one. You find another that reads, the blood candle must not be lit. Wow. I think these are actual prophecies. These are good clues. You pick out another. Do not eat from the larder of Throg! With that, your spell fades, and your jewel falls dark once more. Cast it again! More sun! I want to know more. It's the same one. What? Can I not learn any more? Can I not look at different things? Maybe I can't learn. Maybe I can't look at different things. Okay, it's the same each time. Alright, well, that's fine. Alright, well, whatever. You squat down to look at the blank stone, but see nothing. It is natural rock, only remarkable because every other surface has been etched or carved. Above the blank section is drawn a rude outline of a snake, followed by a hand and two vertical lines. Hand, two vertical lines. Snake, hand, two vertical lines. Nope, I don't know. You go over to the bundle of rope and unravel it to discover it is in fact a sturdy rope ladder. You bundle it up and put it into your pack. Ah, that's convenient. You turn your attention to the cracks in the walls themselves. It is as though the cliff itself is slowly shearing apart. One crack in particular spiders the ceiling and threatens to bring down the roof. Looking more closely, you see why. It is filled with a seam of some soft metal, which is slowly wearing away. If I dig it out, do I die? You dig at the metal seam with your sword. It is worthless tin and comes away easily. There is a noise like rumbling thundering. The stones above shift perceptibly. Quickly, you put your sword away before you bring the rocks down on your head. Okay, we did it. 2 new clues. Really? Just 2? You head back out of the cave, avoiding a cascade of small stones from a crack in the ceiling as you go. Lots of new things. 7 serpents' weaknesses. Each has a weakness. Okay. Do not eat from the larder of Throg. Do not light your way with the blood candle. Okay. Good clues. You return from the rear of the cave. The light from your sun jewel pulses twice and fades. Althera is still here, squatting in one corner and rocking quietly. What do the symbols on the walls of the cave mean? She shakes her head slowly. Too much to see, she murmurs. Not enough space. If only she had a notebook! Jesus! Her voice fades once more. You leave Elthera to her mumblings. Well, okay, I guess. You step out of the cave on the stairs. The view below is quite giddying. You are one step from plunging to the pit floor. The steps continue in both directions. Otherwise, you could return to the cave. I don't see a lot of reason to try to get up here. We definitely don't want to go back to present-day Kare. So I guess we just go down here and wait for it to say to spend the night, I guess. Yeah, okay. We'll rest here. You have reached the bottom of the cliff. Darkness closes in. You need to rest, especially after so long walking with an empty belly. So, Clunt? Shadow Rage, are you okay? So this is the first time, I think, where we need to rest without having eaten. We've been consistently able to scrounge up food one way or another. But this is the first time we haven't been able to. So I guess we rest here. You find an old foxhole and scramble inside. You have not yet eaten today, but you have no provisions. Only 5 vials of healing blimberry juice. Oh, I could drink a blimberry potion. You unstopper a vial of blimberry potion and gulp down a mouthful. You feel a little better, and all traces of hunger are soon gone. Then you lie back and try to forget your troubles. You feel quite safe here, and you do not dream. Not really? Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. During the past day, you met Elthera the Mystic again. I sure did. Yeah, that's a mood, Shadowed Mage. That's absolutely a mood. Well, hopefully I can help. Pull yourself out of your hole and stand up. The grass meadow ends by the cliff base and the carved stone steps that lead away from the backlands. No, not climb. Incorrect. Rewind. Move on. So we want to go back to here, back to the tower, face it towards the other tower, and then head that way. And I think we can cross here. I'm hoping, we can cross here without it being lit up. But maybe not. We might have to shine it on the bridge in order to cross. But I'm hoping we can cross while shining the beacon onto the next beacon. This is probably going to be uninteresting. I think it's going to be the same as we saw before. Yep. You march onward. God damn it. No excuse me, please. Can I fix this? Is this fixable? I wonder if it's because I'm crossing the time here. So maybe if I wait until it's all present, it doesn't cross the time. I'm playing part 3, Netoin. I'm just listing sorcery as the category. Well, things remain inconsistent, I guess. Once again to the top of the tower. And let's move things around. Adjust the beam. Alright, so here's the plan. We want to be able to see the tower. And it maybe looks like we can arrange things so that the bridge is up as well as the beacon. This is a little flimsy. I'm just going to shine it directly over here and see if I can cross without needing this to be lit up. Climb down is easier this time. Ah, that's because I'm good at climbing. The game last time was part 2. Ah, so no matter what, we're gonna get some excuse me. That's really unfortunate. You turn around to find the road deserted. There is no one in sight in any direction. You shake off the memory of the voice. The cold wind whistles around you. The plains feel suddenly far emptier than a moment before. You look west, where the road head towards the fissure. There was clearly once a way across there. Perhaps there is some kind of bridge still. You continue to walk. Yes, it was the 3rd stream, of which we played part 2 a second time. So this is now the 4th stream, in which we are playing part 3. Yeah. Stinged a boss yesterday for 1800. Wow, that's huge. Yeah, Monster Train's a lot of fun. I like it. Okay, is my mirror gone? Okay, excuse me has not gotten rid of my mirror. Lucky. Nor my skull cap. Even luckier. Game on. Right, of course. Just because it's a violin doesn't mean it's Arcanum. The road meets the edge of the fissure. The sun begins to dip, heading towards the horizon. The road comes to a stop at the edge of a wide fissure in the ground and the ruins of an ancient bridge. The wind roars along the crack in the ground in front of you like a mockery of a river. I did listen. I don't think it's exactly the same. It's just violin. I don't know, man. Maybe it is exactly the same. Who knows? You creep to the edge of the crack to look down into it. It seems to drop for miles, the sides plunging like a waterfall of rock. The bottom is lost in mist, and the rock walls seem quite sheer. Jump across? Why is that even an option? There's no way this works, right? The hell is happening here? Well, I guess we're going to try and jump it. Cool. You eye up the width of the gap cautiously. It's a long distance, made harder to judge by the featurelessness of the far side. You'll probably be unable to make it, at least not without aid. Oh, okay. So no. Suddenly, you see movement at the edge of the fissure. Some kind of long spike reaches up over the edge, bends, and hooks into the ground, closely followed by another. How dangerous is this? Should I be sus? Fascinating. It tells you that the creature is a lynch bug, a tough and hardy opponent whose only weakness is its soft underbelly. Always be sus, yeah, you're not wrong. Before the voice departs, it tells you one more thing, that the plains at your back are dotted with steam jets. The creature keeps coming. It's a long six-legged bug with hooked jaws and a deadly-looking sting, the size of the one you sliced from the back of the Manticore only days ago. They keep talking about the Manticore. Wow, Manticore was a big deal. Stand and fight? Run for it? How badly is fighting going to work out for me? Oh, it's stronger than I am. That's pretty bad. It only has 6 stamina, though. Big hits! Oh, it defended. What the hell? The lynch bug crisscrosses its mandibles in the air. It hovers a short distance from you, gauging you with evil eyes, and you raise your sword and aim to carve the thing in two. You land a mere scratch. The bug's long spines stretch. Its antennae rub together in anticipation. That sounds dangerous. I was right! That was mega dangerous! You drop back, raising your sword to protect your body as much as possible. The lynch bug dashes forward, bounding across the dirt. You fall over yourself, trying to escape its reach. Then it stiffens, perhaps making ready to jump, and towers over you. Can I hit it? Or is it going to kill me first? Oh, it's a small attack. Stiffens, ready to jump, and towers over you is a small attack. There is no tell here. I'm going to defend. Enough of this. You will not be defeated by an insect. You swing hard. The lynch bug, mid-lunge, bends almost delicately away from your blade. The creature is losing its scales, but it keeps coming. Oh, that was a small attack. I might have been able to beat that. You circle away from the lynch bug. It swipes at you indifferently. Is it possible the bug predicted what you would do? Then it straightens up. Then it straightens up. What does that mean? Small attack. Okay, cool. You stay low. The lynch bug grasps at you, almost seeming to be bored. No tell. No tell is maybe defense. Interesting. Vicious spines seem to grow before your eyes. What does it mean? You prepare your sword. You chop with your sword just as the lynch bug scuttles back. The lynch bug stumbles sideways, and its double eyelid flickers across its many eyes. You've injured it! Spines seem to... I'm just going to defend myself. I'll take this hit. Yep, good call. You drop back, raising your sword. The lynch bug makes a terrifying strike, but you keep yourself calm and flick its talons away with your sword as best as you can. No tell. It has defended on no tell before. Curses. Huh. Then the creature scuttles forward at alarming speed. Your attack turns quickly to defense, and you do your best to block his powerful arms before they reach your neck. The lynch bug stabs and skewers you. You are sent crashing backwards across the dirt. Then it double blinks its eyes, almost intelligently, tilting its head. Small attack? Big attack? Defend? What do we think? I don't think this is a big attack. I think it's a small attack or a defend. You ready your strength. You rush forward and stab. Then your blade lands deep. You cut again, twist, and the lynch bug collapses into the dirt. Okay. I could just try again, but I want to actually rewind. Because I want to cast a different spell. There was once a bridge here. The road runs up to it, and a few stones push out over the yawning abyss, but it has long ago tumbled into ruin, and now it does nothing but give you an impressive place to look down. So instead of sus, I'm going to try casting something else. I think Yap is available, because I see these Ys. I'm wondering if it'll let me talk to the bug. Oh, no. Taking the wig from your pack, you wear it and form your spell. The creature's clicking legs and rubbing jaws are suddenly transformed into words. Soft flesh, it murmurs. Don't run from me. Come to me, I am beautiful. As it talks, the creature keeps coming. Oh. Well, I guess we're fighting! Did it start with a big attack? It started with defense. Not what any of us hoped for, really. Agreed. It started with defense. So we're going to start with a... Oh. I should learn my lesson here. And towers over... Oh, this was a small attack, right? Yeah, okay. Then it straightens up. Also a small attack. Ooh, barely. What the hell is this? It prances forward like some horrendous mockery of a dancer from the king's court. I'm just defending here. I don't know what's going on. Okay. No tell. Sure. It jumps towards you. Is this going to be enough? Yes. Alright. I'll take the 3 stamina lost. That's fine. You gasp for breath. The horrible creature is defeated. You look around once more. A few birds swoop and wheel in the crevasse, turning circles that are way below you, and yet still high up in the air. I guess I have the option to Zen here, maybe? Man, Zen would be so powerful if I could only do it. Oh, or Zip. Also a thing that would be powerful if I could do it. I could Force Field. I could Feather Fall. Doze. Huff. Huff is free, right? Huff is free. You craft the spell, lifting the gale horn and blowing a loud note. The wind that is summoned from the horn is strong and knocks you forwards into the chasm. For a wild moment, you think it may carry you all the way across, but of course, you are falling from the moment your feet leave the ground. The far edge of the fissure disappears away out of sight. Fallen to your death. Rewind that. The bottom is lost in the mist, and the rock walls seem quite short. Can I Featherfall? Does fall help me here? Ah. Not before, the bug shows up. What else can I cast here? Can I sap? I can sap. You craft the spell, but it has no effect. It seems this creature has no emotions to be depressed. The creature keeps coming. Alright, I'll fight it again. Whatever. Prances forward. Crevasse is only for in a glacier ice. I think crevasse is just a bigger crevice. I'm gonna Google it. A deep open crack, especially one in a glacier. Okay. So it's not necessarily ice, but that does seem to be its most common usage. So many jokes. Take your jokes and shove it up your crevasse. What am I doing here? Attack? Fight? Punch? Kill? It's doing the dancey thing. What does that mean? I think it did like 5 or 6 last time. Let's try a big attack. Cool, that worked. That was good. It jumps towards you. That was also a big attack, right? I think I'm defending this time. Yep, good call. No tell. That's probably a small attack. Or a defense. Turns out, that's a small attack. Kill it. Death to all lynch bugs. Alright, now we're going to try Featherfall. You are already floating. Oh, jump across. Oh, I'm already floating, but now I can huff. The wind that is summoned from the horn is powerful and strong and catches you up into the air, whisking your featherweight form quickly across the chasm and dumping you on the other side. It worked! We did it! We combined 2 spells in order to accomplish a goal. Now I'm a real sorcerer. Hopefully. Your weight returns, and you settle gradually back down to the ground. The bleak plains stretch away once more. Behind you, wind whistles through the fissure. You waste no time. You must move on. I could cast a spell. What spell could I cast there? How would that even help? You continue across the dusty plains, keeping your eyes and ears open for warnings of danger. The sun lowers towards the horizons. The road is barely visible through the dust. A few scattered bones line the path. Boneses? Danger. You pick over a few of the bones. Thin femurs, long arms. Elven, most likely, or black elf. The wind has scoured them dry. I see. Well, I guess we'll go east. I want to get into the tower. The line of the road curves gently as you follow it. As you walk, the paving improves. It becomes smoother. The sun is now in the lowest quarter of the sky. It will be night soon. You stride across an opening stretch of meadow, the river to one side, babbling and chattering, and a gentle warm haze fogging the view in the other direction. In the near distance floats the sound of happy, chattering voices. There must be a village nearby. You stop to listen to the carousing, trying to place which direction it's coming from, but with the winds tossing this way and that through the grass, it's hard to place. The sound of the river chatters around you. You continue on your way. Off the road, clearly. You step off the clear road and walk across the grassy fields. The sun has all but gone. Soon it'll be dark. You reach the base of the stone tower. There's a closed door in the wall to the southeast. Okay, try the door. You try the door, but it is locked. Still, at least this tower has a door. Can I dop it? Can I cast de-open? Open sesame! You weave the constellations into a pattern around you, and the tumblers inside the tower door click. Then a moment later, they roll over completely, and the door swings open. The sun is almost set, and the sky has turned a deep purple. You step through the towery door into the shadowy interior. Who knows how long it has been since anyone last set foot inside? The inside of the tower is cavernous and empty, but for a stone staircase that spirals around the walls. Dark vines have grown up the inside of the tower and form a thick matting across the ceiling. What the balls is a dark vine? Do I have to suss this? I can sun it. Okay. You cast the enchantment until the sun jewel starts to glow with a magical white glow. The light brightens the gloomy interior. In the light of the jewel, you can see things a little more clearly, but nothing unusual jumps out. Okay. Cut down the vines? What even are dark vines? What if I search the room without cutting down the vines? Instead of going through the hatch, you use the light to poke around the corners of the room. You find little of interest until you stumble over what appears to be an old traveling pack. I'll open it. It's fine. Yeah, definitely don't kick that. You open the pack and are surprised to find the brand of the Analand Leatherers inside the top flap. Digging inside, words, you find 3 stoppered vials. You lift the purple vial and shake it in the lift. In the light? The liquid inside is thin, but shines slightly. You recognize it, of course. Blimberry! You put it into your pack. An excellent find. The brown vial contains a thick oil that you do not recognize. You unstopper the vial. A heady, woody smell fills your nostrils. This is an essence of bark. A good thing you didn't try to taste it. Okay, I'll keep it, I guess. The yellow liquid is thin and sour looking. The vial has a mark on it, depicting a serpent. Is this going to kill me? Pray for aid. Okay, it's poisonous. Obviously. Well, I'll still keep it. Boy, that hurt, though. Maybe I'll rewind and not taste it. I'm okay with using this information. We should definitely still cast Sun, though. Well, what else can I cast here? We could dock mine. Okay, so we could heal. I could fog if I wanted things to be dark. I don't know why I would ever cast that spell. We could hot and how. And we could be big. I'll just stick with sun. Sun's useful. Search the room. Open it, don't kick it. Purple vial, it's Blimberry. Brown vial, smell it. Keep it. Yellow vial. It's got a mark on it depicting a serpent. Should have known, right? Keep it. You put the yellow vial into your pack. It is a poison, and so long as you're careful, they may come in useful at some point. Then you close the pack, satisfied with what you found. Do not lick. Do not lick the poison. Cut down the vines? What does this mean? Why is this relevant? Alright, I'll do it. You climb to the top of the stairs and hack at the dark vines that grow across the ceiling. They begin to drip a thick, oozing sap onto the floor of the tower. You slash again at the vines across the roof, uncovering a trapdoor. It's bolted shut. The sap now covers your hand and arms. It begins to cool and solidify. You try to wipe away the sap, but succeed only in covering your hands with it more. You can feel your clothing becoming stiff and inflexible. Remove my cloak? Down into your boots, you feel it hardening up. You are turning into a statue. Whoa. I guess I should have force fielded. You open your arms wide to raise a spell, but before you can craft your magic, your arms set into position. Your magic fizzles away around you. You are left like a statue, both arms raised above your head. You are now trapped stiff, covered by a solid casing. You shout for help, but none comes, and your jaw has now set wide open. You will mostly die of thirst. You'll most likely die of thirst. If you were to die in this pose, it would be most undignified. You look like a court acrobat. It is a drastic circumstance which calls for drastic measures. Throwing your weight to one side and then the other, you begin to tip, and finally manage to overbalance, toppling off the staircase. You tumble to the floor, and the amber casing around your body shatters. You're free once more. Hey! We did it. Somehow that worked. Enjoying your regained mobility, you hurry back up the stairs once more and pull the trapdoor bolt back. The hatch to the roof falls open, letting in a ray of sunshine. Now it is time to move on. You could go back out to the plain or up to the top of the tower. Top of the tower, obviously. We know how this works. You push open the hatch and go through, to be met by a strong wind. You stand atop a stone tower in the northern plains of Badibak. Set into the floor here is a bearing track on which a brass cylinder rests. A blue crystal is set into its length. On one side of the turret floor is a trap door, which is open. Okay, let's activate the beacon. It takes a moment of fiddling to find the correct place on the contraption to bring the beam to life, but once it does, it sweeps out of the cylinder and across the land. Kariyama? Ah, we can have the entirety of this side of the bridge lit up now. Okay. What else is there to do over here? We can head back if we want. We can have this one on. There's stuff that's already on. I don't know what this is. It is a little changed. All right, let's go check out... Ooh. And that's potentially a thing as well. All right, so we're going to go check out whatever this statue thing is on the side. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we'll come back and... oh, no, we can have both of these lit up. Okay, cool. So we'll check out the statue, and then we'll check out this thing, and then we'll come... Oh, boy. And then we'll come back to the beacon and fix it up so that... so that we can shine it on the bridge over here. You adjust the contraption's position and focus carefully, watching the land shift and change under its light as you make your adjustments. Finally, satisfied, you set the lantern into one of the crenellations of the turret and step back. Where the light touches you, you feel suddenly much better. Excuse me? Ah, the blue crystal shows us all of the lit towers. Neat. Oh, we can teleport! Whoa! We can teleport from one tower to the next. Whoa. Okay. Okay. I didn't need to mess around with the lynch bug at all. Fascinating. So can I go over here? I can. We found fast travel, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, what if the other tower is not lit up? Now if I touch the blue crystal... Oh, it's still real! Oh, but with this tower not lit up, the other... its beam isn't shining. But I could still teleport over there if I wanted. Neat. Neat, neat, neat. Wild. Okay. And now it's gonna, like, wiggle in and out of existence. Yikes. Yikes. Alright. We'll just actually have it lit up. Let's just actually have it lit up. No, none of this shenanigans. Less shenanigans, please. Let's just make it work. You turn about on the spot, taking in the view in all directions. The fissure in the land is now to the south and rushes with water. Where the light from the cylinder falls, all is bright and green. The effect makes your eyes water. The cylinder is similar to the one you saw earlier, although this one is slightly narrower, and about a cubit longer. Alright, well, I did what I wanted. Cubit. About a cubit longer. Let's see if we can visit this village. You walk for half an hour across the prairie, enjoying the soft chirping of the insects. Another night begins. You should try to find a place to sleep, especially after walking all day without eating. In the middle of a tended field, you come across a lone hut. Its windows are dark and it seems empty. I'll go inside. You push open the door. It's unlocked. The hut is empty, but for a tattered rug on the floor and an empty hearth. It seems safe enough. Something catches your eye on the ashes of the hearth. Looking closer, you find the burnt fragment of a paper note. Just a single word is still legible. Elthera. Alright, I'll take it, whatever. You go to pick up the fragment of ash, but it falls to dust between your fingers. Well, hopefully this place is safe. I'm at full stamina. I'm okay with just not eating anything here. Sleep will not heal you if you haven't eaten. No big deal. As long as I don't take damage, I don't need to eat, right? That's how that works? That's how, hunger works? That's how human bodies work? That's definitely real. Absolutely. The shepherd's hut. You reached the northern plains and found no new clues. Accurate. Did nothing of note. East? Well, we do want to head up here. I think we wanted to go to the statue first, so let's say north. The sky is blue and pink. You walk through wide fields, thick with crops. A few goats graze on low hillocks in the land, watching with beady eyes. This place seems to be rich, far richer than the villages west of Kare. It seems impossible that it could ever become a place as desolate as the Backlands. Looking south, you see the tower. Further on in that direction, a river rushes through the plains. You stride on through the long, swishing grass. Then, from somewhere close at hand, you hear a voice. Someone there? Got any water? Have you? You turn around on the spot, but there's no one else in sight. The grassy plains stretch endlessly away. Where are you? You call out. I can't see you. Aha! The voice declares. I thought I heard someone. Down here, please. Any food you have? Water? Anything? Someone very small, perhaps. Hopefully not another damned Minimite. You hunt through the long grass. Warmer, calls the voice. Getting warmer. Keep talking, you reply. What would you like me to say? The voice replies. Nice boots. You approach the source of the sound, though you can still see nothing through the long grass. Then suddenly the voice yelps. Watch out! Careful! You look down sharply to see a face staring back at you. A head is sitting in the mud, just by your boot. Greetings, it declares cheerfully enough. Do you have any water? I'm dying of thirst. You peer down at the head. If it is a man's, if an animate, decapitated head can have a gender, he has shaggy hair, brown eyes, and parched lips. He is not shaved for some time. No need to stare, the head remarks. Or stare all you like, but give me some water. What are you doing down there? You ask. The head wiggles its eyebrows, perhaps the equivalent of a shrug. Stole one too many goats, it replies. Ishtar is a great place, but they don't take well to goat stealing. It gets their goat, as they say. Gets their back right up. Man, I'd behead you for that pun alone. I don't understand. Well, I didn't bury myself down here, did I? The head coughs. Listen, do you have any water or don't you? Give some poison? That's almost like water. Oh, boy. Cast a spell? What can I cast here? Can I cast a spell of water? Can I cast wet? Wet does not seem to be an available spell. Also, wet is probably not a real spell, regardless. Do we see if he's sus? He's probably sus. Looking to the constellations overhead, you craft the spell, and a steady voice begins to speak to you. It informs you that the head is of no danger, and can only be helped. And be helpful. Reassured, you wait for the spell to fade once more. Please, moans the head. I'm really thirsty. It sounds like this is not actually a decapitated head, but a dude who is buried in the sand. I can get you some, you say cagily. The head cracks like a tapped egg into a smile. Bless you, stranger. You've got a good soul. Well, good souls. You keep that up, you're not getting anything, buddy. What do I get in return? The head wiggles its eyebrows. All right, the head replies, somewhat annoyed. Though I'm not sure what I can do for you. Have you heard of the 7 serpents? The head frowns. I want to lie to you and say yes, it replies eventually. But I won't. I've never heard of any serpents. And 7 sounds like a lot. There's a shiver in his voice as he speaks. I want to know what you're doing here. I'm being punished for my crimes, the head replies. Obviously. I'm not on holiday. But I promise you I'm reformed. I'm quite harmless now. The head smiles thinly. Look, I can't keep talking, or I'll die of thirst. Alright, fine. Enough questions. You've learned all you care to learn. This creature clearly knows nothing of the Seven Serpents. I'll get you some water. Not like I'm going anywhere, the head replies. Where is water, though? Oh, there is water to the river. We know that there's water here. So maybe we can get water from the river? That's, interesting. Interesting. Oh, it's so weird how it goes, like, dark and then light, depending on, like, where the timeline is. I could just give him a Blimberry, yeah. I think I'm on board with just giving him a Blimberry. That sounds better than wasting my time. Look for the speaker. Where are you? Look in the grass. Approach the sound. Look at the head. What are you? You demand, part astounded and part disgusted by this creature. But the head only splits into a grin. What do you think I am? He replies. I'm a thief. A thief? That's right. A good one till they spotted me. It grins with pride. Stole one too many goats. Oh, it's the goat thing. Okay. How did you steal a goat? The head frowns. I don't want to send you down that path, stranger. It doesn't end well. The talking head looks sorrowful. Listen, do you have any water or don't you? I'll give him some Blimberry, it's fine. I've got something better. You tell the head, removing a Blimberry potion from your pack. Blimberry potion. The head opens its eyes wide in excitement, then throws back its upper jaw. Dang! It yelps, mouth wide. Please! Gone! You unstopper the vial and pour the potion in. The head swallows, coughs and splutters, but manages to get at least some of the liquid in. A wide smile spreads across its features. Wonderful, it declares. You have no idea how wonderful. That'll keep me going, another day at least. What do you know about this place? What, this place? It's a punishment field. I've no idea how many other unfortunates are here. Can't even see them. And they quickly learn to be quiet. Why are they quiet? Sound attracts animals, the head replies. Lynch bugs, batty beetles, harpies. Not like we can defend ourselves. Tell me about the land around here. I don't know much of Ishtara, but this valley belongs to Kariyama, the village in the mountains just east. The head smiles thinly. What's Kariyama like? The head narrows its eyes. It's a small place, it replies begrudgingly. Friendly, mostly. Somewhat cruel, as you can see. The head's eye twitches, as though itching. You kneel down and scratch the head above its left eye. It lets out a gasp of approval, murmuring, You have no idea how that feels, stranger. The head mumbles something, but keeps its lips closed. It clearly isn't going to speak any further. Well, I've already given them some Blimberry. I could dig it up. No idea what this does. Well, let's do it. Why not? I'll get you out of there, you declare. The head jiggles. That would be a great idea, it agrees. I'd be more grateful than you can imagine. You scrape into the mud either side of the head with your hands. There seems to be some kind of neck below the chin, which goes down into the ground. Are you seriously going to dig me out with your fingernails? The head asks. Because that's going to take a long time. You pick up the head. It's not... You can't just pick up people that are buried in the... Dig deeper doesn't seem like a good idea. What are my options for spells? Is mud useful? I don't think I want to turn this place to quicksand. I also can't. Oh, I could. Create quick... Oh, I have to have sand. Okay, I can't do it. I can't do it. That's fine. That's fine. Zap and zip. Ah, but with more people to help. I don't think that'll do it. I could be big. I wonder if I could big him. Maybe with more helpers it would be easier. Let's try 6. Let's see if 6 does the trick. Looking to the constellations overhead, you craft the spell, and 5 clones step out from behind you, forming a semicircle. Working together, you dig the head out of the ground in no time, to find he is in fact a man buried up to his neck in the ground. Yeah, I know. We figured it out, it's fine. Blessed Throff, he breathes. I can hardly believe it. Turning to you, he lowers his eyes in solemn acknowledgement. I am quite clear. I owe you my life. I will repay the debt any way I can, though I have little to offer. One by one, your clones vanish. He pats down his pockets. I have nothing to offer you. I require information, you tell him. He shrugs. I've been buried in the ground for some time, but I'll tell you what. I'll go back to Kariyama and find out what I can. If we meet again, I'll give you the meat of it. Acceptable? It'll do. He nods. And so, we are quits. Be well! And then, with a flamboyant wave, he takes off across the field at a run. After a few paces, he seems to trip on something, but quickly gets up, apologizes to something you cannot see, and is gone into the mists of the backlands. Some other dude buried up to his head, just randomly kicking him in the face while you're running away. Yeah. Alright, let's go check out this statue. I wonder what's going on over here. You make your slow way across the fertile grassland, long grass brushing your boots. As the morning moves on, the wind begins to rise. This is not a path, but a wide grassy avenue between fields to the south and thick trees to the north. This is a thick stand of wild trees, but a narrow winding path leads north from here. It appears well trodden. We'll follow the path into the trees. Intrigued, you turn off the avenue and slip between the trees, heading north. I wanted to head north anyway, right? This is exactly where I wanted to go. You make your way through the trees until you enter a small clearing by the base of a cliff. The rock face is carved with a massive statue, depicting a reclining figure with eyes shut. Look at the figure. The dusty fields. The figure is the length of 3 carts joined end to end, and the face alone is as tall as you. The figure is a man, lying on his side, with eyes peacefully closed and hands folded beneath his head. His expression exudes a sense of great calm. It is a most beautiful carving. I like Prey here, actually. You have to fight Sagat now? You pause to raise a prayer to the gorilla and feel a great peace. You turn to see a figure appearing from the trees. It's a woman. She looks familiar from somewhere, but you cannot place it. She is waddling. Waddling? Looking more closely, you realize her gait is strange because of her enormously large belly. She is large enough around the middle for 2, though her legs and upper torso are slender enough. The woman looks at you in surprise and flushes a smile. One hand goes to cover her belly, and you realize, of course, that she is pregnant. She stops and reaches out one hand to the statue's head to support herself. Are you well? You ask. Do you require assistance? Assistance? She laughs. I'm not having it right now. Or not right now. Just need to get my breath back. Who is this god? You ask, indicating the statue. You're not from around here, then, I suppose. Help me down. You offer your arm, and she lowers herself to a sitting position. That's Ka'oth, god of the peace. I'm not a follower, but I've been finding his company soothing. The last few words are somewhat pointed. He's asleep? No, he's dead. She arranged herself cross-legged, truly at peace. The story goes you went out into the wilderness to spend 30 days without food or water and dropped dead in a week. And this is the man you worship? Seems like a god of bad decisions. Sure, we could pray together. May I join you? You ask, sitting down beside her. She shrugs. If you like. Then she closes her eyes and begins to sing. A great stillness enters your body, and after a moment you find you cannot seem to move. You try to fight the song with your own prayer to the gorilla, but no words come out of your mouth, or even into your mind. It is as though time itself has stopped still. Your eyes are still open. The face of Ka'oth looms large, still as stone. You lower your focus onto your breathing. Yes, your chest still rises and falls, though only just. Ka'oth's eyes bore into yours, daring you to blink. Just for a moment. The hell is happening? What has she done to me? You keep breathing as best as you can. You begin to feel very dizzy, and then the lips of the great reclining god crack open. This is not your place to die, it intones. Your death is planned elsewhere. Where? You demand. You are the Analander, Ka'oth replies, and you are to die on the island of the Serpent of Time, surrounded by cold water and colder stone. I will destroy the serpent. Will I? Time cannot be defeated, Ka'oth replies simply. And I see you seek the Archmage. He is your goal. I intend to recover the crown, no more. You will only take it from his lifeless brow. Ka'oth assures you. Then know this. Not all pasts are the same, and pasts may change. You sit now beside a woman who carries a child, and that child will become the Archmage you seek. Kill her now, and your mission ends. His voice is cold as stone, and seems to echo around the plain. But the woman does not react. What? What? This got real weird all of a sudden. Where were you a half hour ago? Or an hour ago? Or an hour and a half ago? This has been getting real weird over and over and over for the entirety of the stream. Do I just do it? Do I just do it? Do I do it and see? No, I don't feel like that's correct. I don't feel like that's correct. No follower of the gorilla would be that cold-blooded. I cannot do it, you reply. Because she is innocent? How many innocents will her child take? Well, yes, I know what you're talking about, Senna. I go to recover the crown, no more, you reply. I will only kill when I must. Then you choose the path of willful ignorance. Very well. Ka'oth seems to sigh. Only the idiot never worries about his own idiocy. Continue your quest, but you will always wonder what might have been. Abruptly, the woman's song stops. The statue is still once more, and you open your eyes. You fell asleep, she remarks, using your shoulder to stand. But I'll wager you feel better for it. Worse than you might think, you answer darkly. The woman shrugs. That's Ka'oth. Farewell, stranger. With that, she huffs and puffs away down the path at impressive speed, and is lost into the mists. You sneak a glance at the god. He has not moved since you first saw him. His lips are still just slightly pursed, as though snoring. No doubt his words to you were merely a dream. All right, I can't let that slide. What happens if we kill her? I'm not going to do it, by the way. Really? What? You again? I can't rewind it! I can't rewind it! Oh. That's fantastic. Your eyelids begin to fall. You feel a great peace flowing up inside your body, stilling your heart, blocking your throat, closing your nostrils. You begin to feel very dizzy. And then the lips of the great reclining god crack open. You again, the god intones. You hope to cheat a god. You hope to cheat death. You cannot. I already know your answer. I wish to change my mind. It is your mind. You do not get more than one, the statue returns. Begone, and there is a serpent waiting to eat you on its island in the lake. And remember, death does not forget easily. My recklessness is my own undoing. Alright, well, that's cool. That's completely cool, actually. Looking east along the line of the cliff, you make out the palisade of a village set into the foothills of the mountains. Looking west, you can make out poles and struts of something under construction near the northwest corner of the plain. To the south, the trees are thick and tangled, and only a single path leads through them, a pilgrim's way. The land seems so fresh and so alive. It's hard to believe the desolate plain it will become. Harder still to know that there is nothing that can be done to prevent it. Oh! We found a serpent! That's cool. My only option is south, huh? Well, we want to go over to the village now anyway. I think that was always the plan. The path to the lying statue leads north from here. Nope, we'll make a move. And there is a thing over here, but it's out of the range. So all we can do is see its ruins, and I kind of don't care. Let's go to the village. You walk on across the prairie until you meet the edge of an old road. The sun is beginning to lower, and the air begins to cool. The path winds up through low foothills towards an open area in the mountains. As you approach the foothills, you see a wooden palisade, spiked trunks planted to form a fence with a single gate. From beyond comes the sound of chatting and banter. It's a village! Okay, so we've been going for a while. I'm about out of water, and I want to take a quick break where I don't have to talk. So I'm going to take a quick break, back in a couple of minutes, and see you folks in a bit. Thanks for hanging out. Alright, I am back. Ready to keep this going. Let's pause the music. Although I might as well keep the music going. This game has not a lot of audio. It's just like ambient stuff, right? I don't know. I guess, if you have opinions one way or the other, let me know. I'm doing okay as is, but it's kind of empty. If only I had firmer opinions about my own playlist. Anyway, back into it. It is a village. So I guess let's look at the village. It seems to be a bizzling bizzling? What even are words? What is English? It seems to be a bustling, busy place. Presumably, this village owns the fields and farmland through which you've been walking. You could go in, or skirt around it. Skirt around it? Who do you think I am? Oh, we're absolutely going in. You pause on the other side of the gate, one hand on your sword hilt should anyone be foolish enough to spring a trap. But nothing untoward occurs. The village is a small collection of wooden huts built into a basin with the mountains at its back. In the center is a fire pit surrounded by tables and benches. Several groups are sitting and eating. Ah. Hello, strangers! Yeah, it's a pretty weak sauce village, I'm not gonna lie. Pleasant smells drift over from the kitchen hut. Slowly, the sun begins to lower in the sky. The fire pit is in the center of the village. You walk past low huts. A few figures glance at you, but they show little interest. The fire is kept low and smoldering, ready to be reignited in the evening. A few people surround it, watching and talking. Potato village? I guess. Greetings, you declare to the people nearby. They look up at you with some curiosity. I'm a visitor here. So we see, one woman replies, and a few others laugh. Then they seem to lose interest in you, and return to staring at the fire and talking to each other in low voices. Someone passes around a charred joint of meat, offering you a bite. Absolutely, eat. Thanks, delicious. You take a bite. The meat is black and sooty, but rich with flavors and spice. Having taken your share, you pass the joint on to the next person. In the base of the smoldering fire pit are a few pebbles and some sand. Oh, I want sand! You move to reach into the pit and then pause. There is still plenty of heat coming from the fire. Too hot, huh? Is it worth it? You reach in and scoop up a handful of sand. It's warm, but doesn't burn you. You pour it into your pack. I'll leave the pebble. You leave the pebbles in the fire pit. They're almost certainly too hot to hold. You sit down beside the woman who spoke earlier. She looks familiar from somewhere, but you can't place it. She nods in acknowledgement and says nothing. Why does everybody look familiar? Is everybody Elretha? That's her name, right? Elretha? Elrotha? Elthara? I have no idea. This is a beautiful village, you begin. The woman smiles and then pauses to tighten a bootlace, a movement which casually flashes the marriage band on her wrist. Elthara. Elthara, that's right. They're all drawn that way. Thank you, stranger. We all welcome you, she says. This village is Kariyama, the most beautiful village in Ishtara. How can I get across the ridge, you ask? You are so eager to leave already, the woman smiles. There is the bridge. You'll have to pay the bridge keeper his toll, of course, but he rarely asks too much. What's the toll? She looks surprised by the question. Whatever you have, obviously. He can't take a toll from you that you don't carry. Fascinating. Whatever you have, obviously. Is there another way? The woman looks briefly uncomfortable. I've heard it said there are tunnels, but they were all blocked up because of the pests. What pests? Invisible creatures. They came in the night and stole our goats. I don't know that they were invisible. She kicks at the fire with one foot. You talk a lot, she observes. Is that normal where you come from? For some. I rarely see people, you explain. You travel alone, she asks. I do. Well, you are amongst us, should you wish to stay. She smiles. Ishtara is the center of the world, she replies without irony. We will survive forever. I don't think so, you reply, thinking of the empty wastes you've already seen. The woman looks at you curiously, but doesn't reply. What can you tell me of the Backlands? She frowns. The Backlands? It seems the name is unfamiliar to her. You've not heard of them. She shakes her head. Are they beyond the Zanzunu Peaks? I know nothing of what lies there. That must be it. It seems wherever you are, this place is far removed from Kakhabad, at least for these people. You nod to the woman and get to your feet once more. Stranger, one of the villagers declares, we were having a discussion. Who would be most likely to best the other in a fight, a goblin or a wolf? Have I seen such a fight? I don't know that I've seen such a fight. But I might say I have anyway. Have I seen such a fight? I'm just gonna say the goblin. Goblins are intelligent, right? They got swords and stuff. The goblin, you reply. Goblins are ruthless and nasty fighters. But wolves have sheer animal strength, the villager replies. They're as strong as bears. Are they? I think they're as strong as wolves. You'll have to try it. We will ask the Archmage to deliver one of each, decides a villager with a sigh, in the name of learning and scholarship. Will we? I heard a rumor of tunnels. Well, yeah. There you go, Shadow Mage, right? Makes sense. Tunnels, one replies. A few others look uncomfortable. There are tunnels, another answers, but we don't go there. How can I find them? Simply enough, one villager replies. Head through the north gate. Whoa, 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 that was the wrong button! Alright, well, whatever. You stand and nod to the woman as you head away from the fireside. Days are short out here. The evening is drawing in. It will be dark soon. Let's visit the kitchen first. In one corner of the village is a cook's hut. Inside, a lady is stirring a deep cauldron. She looks up and nods to you through the doorway. The wind picks up as the evening draws on. Soon, it will be dark. You step inside. Glancing over the signboards in the hut, something nags you about them. Look at the signboards! Leaning over, you peer more closely at the signs. It's not the words, but rather the writing. Then, you place where you've seen it before. This is the same hand that wrote the scroll you found in the Flayer's kitchen back in Kare. You look up to see the chef is watching you with an intent frown, cleaver in one hand. The chef goes over to a shelf to collect some herbs from a jar. Greetings, you declare. You're welcome, the chef replies. If there's something you want. If you don't want anything, there's the door. The lady pours a little oil into the soup from a flask above the cauldron. You look into the cauldron the cook is stirring. Meat broth, the cook says. But if it looks like there isn't any meat, that's because it's Snatacat. Excuse me? I don't understand. Snatakats are invisible, she explains. Or, at least when they have their eyes closed, they are. And since some close their eyes when they die, you can end up with invisible meat. Everyone says it tastes nicer than the visible kind. I'm not so sure. It's certainly harder to cook right. A thin smell of smoke wafts into the tent. Ah, by Throff! The cook curses and disappears through a flap at the back. For a moment, you're alone. No, I'm just gonna sit around and wait. I'm not gonna do it. You wait. A few moments later, the cook appears somewhat red-faced. There is a smell of smoke about her clothes. We can't afford to waste any meat, she says. That could have been most difficult. I had to bat out the fire with my skirt. Invisible dinner? What does that have to do with Tinkerbell? I'm not liking where this is going. I'll show her the scroll. We'll see what happens. You take the Flayer's scroll from your pack. Do you recognize this? You ask. The chef peers at it, then barks a laugh. Do I recognize it? I should do. I wrote it. Where did you find it? Oh, yeah! Hook was a good movie. In Kare. Nonsense. I've never been to Kare. The chef replies. She snatches the paper back. Don't tell me if you don't want to, but I've been looking for this recipe for months. What recipe is it? She sighs with some deep pleasure. Nightshade soup. Nightshade soup. Being wholesome for once. Yeah, okay, alright, granted. A recipe for turning the most deadly mushrooms into the most perfect bedtime soup, guaranteeing restorative dreams. She's already going through her cupboards, collecting ingredients. I'll let you try some. Thank you, she nods. It'll take a few hours to steep. I'll serve some up to everyone after nightfall. If you want some, come along. Come along? Where? The sleeping place. One sip of this and you'll need a hammock within easy reach. Trust me. She chuckles to herself with evident excitement and potters about the kitchen. Putters, surely. Arranging ingredients. Yeah, I'm, English. English is a trial. Words, a problem. What can you tell me of this village? It doesn't help that sometimes the words are just wrong in the text also. The chef shrugs. This is Kariyama, the main village in the fields of Ishtara. Where are you from, if you don't know that already? I am stupid. What a dialogue choice! No, I am from far away. She nods. Then you are most likely very hungry, she declares with pleasure. Can I buy rations, or is this... You ask how much the broth will be. The cook tips her head. The butcher's just been, she replies, so there's plenty go around. It's 5 gold pieces for a bowl. That's a lot. That's too much. She shrugs. That's the price. We don't haggle in Karayama. Well, then I guess we're not haggling. Another time, perhaps. As you like. Tunnels? Do you know about the tunnels through the mountains? You ask. The chef shrugs, serving... wow, yeah. It's, not easy. Serving soup. Weirdly not easy. It should be. It's not like you're alternating between the sounds. Tunnels? The chef replies uncertainly. Where did you hear that? So they're secret. They are no secret, the cook replies. If you head up to the mountains, they're there to be found, if you know where to look. But they're not places you want to go. And why not? There are things in them tunnels. Not things like bats either, but things like monsters. What kinds of monsters? How would I know? I stay clear of monsters myself. Tell me the way there. You sure you want me to do that? I know as how some people, once they know about a thing, can't ever let it go. Are you that kind of person? Perhaps. Throff spare you. The cook sighs and then slips out of the back of the hut, returning with her daughter in tow. Take this man up to where you've got Kitty stashed, she insists. The girl looks afraid, but the cook cuffs her about the ear. Just do it! Reluctantly, the girl nods her head to the door. This way. Well, okay. Show me the tunnels, I guess. Secret tunnel! I like the music note. What is that from? Oh, that's just one of the global emotes. That's cool. The girl, Mia, or Mia, leads you up to a tunnel mouth a short distance above the village, carefully hidden behind an outcrop of stone. This used to be a mine, she said. Only they had to stop mining on account of the things. That is true. But you highlighted Cryptomancer. So, good job, Shadowed Mage. And also good job, Cryptomancer. Stealing things is content. Aren't you scared to be here? The things are all inside, she replies, but it is clear from her voice that she is scared. So is my dog. Shadow Mage disagrees with my approach to content. Yeah, alright, fair enough. Your dog lives in there? My dog ran away in there, she says. She never came back out. She sits down on a nearby rock. Well? Into the tunnel? No. We'll come back. We want to get the nighttime soup. We want to get the soup. Now I know where the tunnel is, though, right? Now I know. Perhaps I will not go in. You thank Mia and return to the center of the village. The fire crackles and spits. The sun is sinking. Alright, let's wait for night. You pass a few hours in idling around the village until the sun dips behind the towering mountains and the air grows cold. Ah, there is only the sleeping hut. Okay. Well, if they'll give me a place, I'll sleep here. You head toward the large hut that is filled with mattresses and cots. It seems to not be an inn, but a communal sleeping place. A few people are asleep already. You choose a mattress and settle down. As you are closing your eyes, the cook bustles in, banging a pan with a spoon. Nightshade soup, she declares. Who wants some? Several of the villagers look up with interest. You line up with the other villagers and sip from the cook's ladle. You've done us a great serve, the chef remarks, recognizing you, but you do not hear the end of the sentence as you pass out, fast asleep. Dang. I gained maximum stamina? I didn't realize that was a thing. Cool. The sun rises through the flaps of the hut. You feel fantastic. Whatever was in that soup has made you stronger than ever before. You leap from your cot with a spring in your step. You pick your way across the sleeping figures and go outside. A few clouds boil in the sky. What happened to North? What? It won't let me? That's so stupid. I want to go in the tunnels. Why? That's dumb. Do I just have to not have asked her? Do I have to figure it out later? Like, is there a way to do this? Is there not a way to do this? Maybe I go into the tunnels first? Oh, God.
What?
I don't know, Senna. I want to do both. It seems stupid that I can't. Like, especially in this area, they've been pretty good about letting me go wherever I want. Even if it means, like, you know, going back to a place or whatever. This is another tower. Interesting. And a tower over here, too. Okay. Places to go. Things to visit. But I can only get to the towers once I've, like, I can only fast travel between towers once I've activated them. So I have to get to a tower first. It's like Zelda. It's like Breath of the Wild. It even glows blue. It's the same thing. Oh, I don't know. So what's in any of these directions? Leave south, I guess, takes me up to the bridge. Alright, let's go look at the bridge, I guess. You head past the kitchens to the southern gate and the rising path towards the nearby mountaintop. You head south towards a climb into the higher mountains. I can't go back. Okay, up the mountains. The path winds this way and that until it reaches the foot of a stone staircase of broken and smashed stones. You could probably pick your way up. On and on you go, pausing every now and again to scout out the land ahead. Then suddenly you stop. Something is moving over the next rise, approaching very fast. Alright, I'll try hiding. Let's see if this works. Move on is an option here. I can hail it. I can keep hiding, or I can not take this event. You drop down behind a nearby outcrop to watch as the shape approaches. It is a small, two-legged creature about half your size, but it seems to be approaching at a remarkable rate. Is it a goblin? What even is it? You stay low and out of sight, allowing the creature to approach. As it gets close, you see it is a small gnome-like creature with dark skin and ugly features. Its little legs move at an incredible rate, and it helps itself along with a walking stick. Can't help but notice the stick is carved into the shape of a serpent. Looking at the creature, it's hard to imagine anything could be so ugly. Its features are scrunched up, as if drawn on paper that has since been burned. Its hair is matted and filled with bones, some used as ties, and others the remains from creatures who have crawled in and died. Whoa. Silently, you wonder to yourself if the creature is a friend or foe. "Have it whichever way you like!" shouts the creature in a squeaky voice, coming up right on your hiding place. "How did you hear me?" The gnome smiles. "You think very loud, like shouting in a thunderstorm." The remark doesn't make much sense. "I don't know you." "So what?" the gnome replies, astonished. "Make your mind up." "I'll be your friend, I guess." Sverf Neblin? Is that like a dark smurf? Very good, the creature replies. Then it narrows its eyes. Now prove it! It holds out a grubby hand, expecting some kind of gift. You shake your head, keeping your pack closed. Foe, then, the creature replies. It shrugs. Shame. We could have been good for each other. Now get out of my way. Oh, okay. Evil Gnomes of the Underdark. Wow. Sverfneblin is pretty good. Okay, let the gnome pass, I guess. Well, that's silly. Let's do something else instead. Raising a hand, you hail the tiny creature. As it gets close, you see it is a small gnome-like creature. Oh yeah, okay, so that's the same. Look at the stick. Look at the creature. A telepath. Indeed I am, continues the creature, replying to a thought you did not even have time to formulate. Alright, let's try friend and actually give it a gift. We'll give it a coin. What else could I give it? Sun Jewel? I don't think so, buddy. I'll give it a potion. I got a lot of potions. Excuse me. You hand over one of your vials of Blimberry potion. The gnome shrugs, accepting your gift. Thank you, I suppose, it replies. As the creature speaks, its voice begins to shift and change from the gruff croaking of the gnome to the softer tones of a middle-aged woman. I'll do you the favor of being honest about myself in return, the creature says. And before your eyes, the gnome transforms into a tall woman dressed in long purple robes. Honest. Right, yeah. I'm actually betting that she's one of the serpents. Who are you? I am Dintainta. Dintainta of the Steppes. Others call me the Sham. Oh, I was told to find her. Something about sleeping the sleepless ram. I was told to find you, you exclaim, remembering the riddle told to you by Lord Shinva in his second dying breath in the Krypton Kare. I was told you could help me. I am to ask you about the sleepless ram. She nods. Then we are well met. Who are you? I intend to kill the 7 serpents, you tell her, and she laughs. Many have had that intention, she replies. Few know their weaknesses. But you know them? The serpent's weaknesses are the most heavily guarded secrets in the whole of Mompang, she replies dramatically before smiling. Of course I know them. Or at least, I know of 2. I would be grateful to hear them. I'm certain you would, she replies. Know, then, that the moon serpent cannot abide fire. Secondly, the serpent of fire can be doused with sand. Thank you. It is my privilege. Your journey will be hard enough regardless. Tell me of the sleepless ram, you request. The sleepless ram is in Mampang Fortress, a guardian of the Archmage. It is a statue of solid stone, and your skill will be no match for its powers. But it has a simple weakness. Some kind of spell? A spell? Why, do you suppose the Archmages of the land have trouble protecting their creatures against simple magic? Dintainta laughs. The secret is much more simple. So simple a child could use it. The sleepless ram can be sung to sleep. Ah, well that's good to know. Maybe I can find out more about the 7 serpents. Yeah, tell me about the serpents. One's gone off to hide in the waters of Lake Ilklala. It means to pick you off as you cross, but it will wait until you're alone. If you travel with the ferryman, you will most likely be safe. She shakes her head. If that's any help. I don't suppose it is. What kind of sorceress are you? A busy one, she snaps. Why do you waste my time with stupid questions? She turns to leave, begins to weave her spell around herself once more. You nod in thanks. Dintainta becomes an ugly creature once more, and a moment later has whisked herself away across the plains and is gone. At least I don't need to learn to play the lyre. Nope, not this game. Alright, we know where another serpent is. Wait until you are alone. The fire serpent's weakness is sand. Moon is deathly afraid of fire. We're given a riddle on how to defeat it. It can be sung to sleep, apparently. So can I go back into the village now? Into the plateau? No. Up it. Up the steps. Let's take a look at the bridge. The completely broken bridge. You make your way up a broken and half-visible staircase to the mountain's top. Mid-afternoon heat makes the air sticky. Suddenly, the sun is snuffed out like a candle. A hissing sound begins to echo around the rocks, and overhead, a larger moon than usual seems to rise from the horizon. It's the moon serpent. You ready your sword, flexing your fingers and laying them around the grip of the hilt as this new, larger moon rises. Then the round shape uncoils itself. The shimmering body of the moon serpent is revealed, hovering in the air above you. Its wide fangs are open, and it's coming for you. The creature is enormous. Its wide wing seems to stretch from horizon to horizon, and its eyes are two yellow orbs. Its scales are a mixture of circles, crescents, and fattened ovals, and vary only slightly in shade from flat gray to shimmering silver. Its teeth are long, hooked slivers. Saliva streams down their curves. Yep, I think it's fireball time. We either hot it up or we pop it. P is available. I think I'm okay to hot it up. You turn the starlight into alignment around you, winding a fireball in your palm. The serpent's eyes glitter in the light. It doesn't seem scared. The flames of the burning fireball gutter as it flies through the air towards the serpent. But you score a direct hit, and the fire quickly spreads across the creature's skin. It seems fire truly is the serpent's weakness. One by one, the scales pop from its hide, peeling back and falling like leaves to the rocks below. The creature is screaming now in pain and terror. Can I kill it? Can I actually kill it? Wait and watch? I'm gonna kill it. See if that works. Oh, that's not even that bad a fight! Okay. I guess I could wait and watch and see what happens. I'm kind of into finding out whether wait and watch makes this any easier. The serpent has ceased its attack and is now lifting into the air, turning about making to run. No, I want to kill it. I can do this fight. I'm not that worried about it. You draw your sword, ready to finish the serpent off before it can escape. The serpent darts low, and you set yourself for battle. Start with a fight. Start with big fight. Because I don't know what it's going to do. Yo! I made good decisions. You ready your blade. Even though it is weakened, you will need your wits about you against this foe. Then you swing fast and high, hoping to strike deep into the serpent's scaly hide. The serpent stumbles forward, tracing a painful arc towards you with a crescent moon teeth bared. Silvery moons are winking out across the creature's long back. Cold gathers around the edges of the serpent's mouth. That's an attack of some kind, but I don't know how much. Probably. Alright, max. Let's go. Instantly killed. Flawless fighting. You press your advantage, knowing only too well this is a fight to the death. You turn, blade high above your head. The moon serpent's eyes close to narrow crescents, then fall dark. Its body seems to crumble before your eyes. Flawless fighting. Ooh, this is what victory fanfare sounds like, huh? Congratulations, you have defeated the first of the 7 serpents of Mompang. The darkness in the sky disappears and the sun returns as the serpent dies. It seems to coil up, shriveling away. until all that remains is a small crystal orb. I'll take an orb. You lift the orb. It is a precious artifact of great power. You put it carefully into your pack. 6 more streams to go. The bleak mountainside falls silent around you. You feel a new spring in your step. One serpent has been defeated. Soon the rest will also fall. Feels like almost anybody could have done that. That was didn't feel like that much of a production, right? Like how scary are these that I can throw one fireball and then just slaughter the thing? Like, not that scary. I guess it would have been scarier if it had... Oh, have a good night, Shadowed Mage. It would have been scarier if it had had 11 stamina and a bigger attack power bar. That probably would have, in fact, been scarier. I don't know. Not that scary, I guess. Looking back west across the plains, you spy a dark smudge on the land. A cloud of black dust, rising from the wheels of a great caravan of carts and horses, crawling slug-like across the dust. Really? Caravan? Weird. You fought them just straight without the weakness, it's hard. That sounds about right. Looking east, you see the plains continuing, and then the edge of the forest of Snatta. Oh man, where we can find the Snatta cats! Dark and tangled. Somewhere beyond is the distant glitter of Lake Ilklala, which you must somehow get across. Apparently there's a ferryman by Lake Ilklala, so that's cool. The edge of the mountaintop ends abruptly. There are a few carved stones and then a vertical drop. It's still no camels. I know! How disappointing. You creep to the edge of the plateau and peer down. The drop is not vertical after all, but skitters away down the mountainside. You might be able to skid down it, though you couldn't walk, and there would be a constant danger of rolling. You look around the clearing. The marks of your battle with the moon serpent are still visible in the dirt. There is nothing else here except for a little stonework by the eastern edge of the plateau. The remains of a building, perhaps? Or a ledge? You go over to the ancient stone. It sticks out from the rock a few fingers, then breaks away, only barely distinguishable from the stone of the mountain. Another piece protrudes a short distance away. Whatever was here was large and beautifully wrought once. But now it's gone. Time to head for lower ground, one way or another. Skid down. If I can get over here, I can always teleport back. So I'm actually not that concerned about sliding down. Is there other stuff I want to do over here before I come back? No. But next time I come back, I want to teleport here and check out this thing. Not too worried about the tunnels either. The tunnels... Where did they say the tunnels led? I guess they lead into the forest? Nah, let's just, let's slide down. Let's see how well this works. What is this? X. Ah. You step onto the foot of the ruined bridge, and then over. You drop a few feet to the slope below in a controlled fashion. And then you begin to skid, sliding and slipping down the loose stones. I can't cast Fall for this? You're gathering speed fast. Cast a spell! Always cast a spell! I don't care. You lift your hands from the ground and try to craft magic, but the stars around you are changing so fast you cannot keep up. You try, reaching out higher and higher. Then you skid suddenly onto your side, losing your balance. The canopy approaches at speed. Ow, 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 ow! Mountain's foot. Bonk! Woof. It takes several minutes to regain your breath. Whatever, get up. You pick yourself to your feet. You are on the edge of thick trees with no discernible path forwards. You'll have to fight through the trees as best as you can. I kind of want to try that again. X equals dead serpent? Yeah, that makes sense. I guess we'll concentrate on balance. There is nothing to do but concentrate on balance. You dig your heels and try to keep yourself upright. The canopy approaches at speed. Same difference either way. You cast a look back at the mountain slope, but it is all but sheer. There is no way to climb it again. You'll have to move onwards. Alright. Onwards and upwards, I guess. You barge your way through the thick trees, pushing branches from your face. Things chitter in the leaves all around. You pause to try and get your bearings in the trees, but you're surrounded. You can barely make out the mountains through the dense canopy. Something moves in the corner of your eye. Have you been spotted by a beast already? Keep moving, I don't want to fight. Onward! That's what I like to hear. You erupt from the trees onto an old path that winds a narrow course through the forest. The trees loom around you, twisted and old. You avoided the forest in the Shamutanti Hills when you chose the path through the giant's town, but that was mere shrub in comparison to this. The forest of Snatta is ancient, and it is a maze. There are no roads through it, only twisted paths and dead ends. But who knows what secrets it may hide? The forest is beautiful in its own way. Water drips down the leaves and along twisted vines. Birds flutter through the bracken-like canopy. Everything is moist and damp. The path is winding and frequently disappears. Perhaps it has been made by animals and not by people. You look into the distance between the trees, but now you can make out nothing between the thick trunks and tangled bushes. You find a suitable-looking tree close at hand and swing yourself onto the lower branch. From there, it is a reasonably straightforward climb up into the canopy. Up into the tree. I'm lost in the woods. Is that the same thing, Senna? You reach the top of the tree, but there is no view. From here, you can see nothing but more trees, stretching away into the distance. The only exception is to the south, where an enormous broken stone arch rises a dizzying height into the air. There's little else to be done up here. You glance down the tree towards the ground just as something moves past on the path below. Leaves stir. The shape is gone. You make your way carefully back down to the ground, but halfway down, one of the branches cracks under your weight. With no idea how close to the ground you are, you let go and fall. Thunk. You hit the ground with a thump, but the earth is soft. You are fortunately unhurt. Near the foot of one tree is a broken branch and a slightly bruised bamba fruit. You must have knocked it from the tree when you fell. It's a little bruised, but it still seems edible enough. Yo, rations! A bamba fruit are particularly nutritious, and this one is in good shape despite its fall. You pick it up and put it into your pack. You march forwards. Sweet. So, following this path, this goes to whatever this open space is. It's kind of a little hilly area. I don't know. It's kind of, I don't like it. I don't like any of it. The goal is to get over here, of course. But I don't know which place is more worrisome, right? Like, all kinds of giant arch to the south. I know. I think it's just the piece of bridge. I think that's the thing that it's talking about to the south. I don't really want to hang out by the bridge, I don't think. Either way, no fun is portended. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. All right. It's pretty close to the end of the stream. There's not a whole lot more that we can do here, and I'm getting kind of tired. So I think I'm just going to call it here.